Good morning, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. Just give me 1 second to make sure everything is working on all three streams, and it looks like it is. Good. I know every time I don't check, that's when my mic decides to not work. Well, realistically, it's OBS deciding not to recognize my mic, but yeah. But yeah, I'm glad to see you two here in the chat already. And yeah, I'm aware that watching the VODs is usually not ideal because of the blurring, but yeah. And oh, Ancap, you're here early. Good to see you too. Yeah, yeah, I like it too. It's one thing, that music is actually from RuneScape 3. It's the boss theme for Skal Zuck, and I remember hearing that, and I gotta say that soundtrack is very, very underrated. A lot of incredible music on there, and they have it copyright free, so that is a big positive for me as a content creator. It means I get to use it and not have any difficulties with it. The fact that it's very good is a nice bonus on top of that. Okay, so yeah, we got some good stuff going today. I really did enjoy these last three episodes. I know they're not as action heavy as some of the other parts of the series have been, but I don't necessarily need it to be action heavy. Before I really get into that, excuse me. So, first thing is I did have a few issues in recording these, so there are a few little cuts in there that I had to do. I did my best to make them as inconspicuous as possible, but one of them is somewhat noticeable. Basically, my monitor that I use, the plug doesn't fit super snugly into the place you put the plug in. So sometimes it gets knocked out by just like looking at it wrong, so that fucks up the recordings. That happened a couple times when I was working on these few episodes here, so yeah, it shouldn't be a huge issue, but it does happen. Like, I want to say twice, but that's whatever. But the real thing I want to do before we actually get into it is for those of you who have not read my community post from the other day, do you want to mention it because this probably gonna be relevant this week, although maybe next week. If earlier in the month, a channel called The Anime Men released a video. The idea is ranking anime from every year since the 1960s to now, and the video was not received very well. It was not particularly... I'm not going to pile on these guys, but it was not a very good video. So I decided I'm going to want to do that video, but good. So I'm going to do my own version of the video, and I'm going to do all the viewing on stream. That's going to happen as soon as I have a PNG tuber model that's going to be coming, like a real one, not just my logo put into a program, but like an actual model. That's the due date for that is this Saturday, at 11 p.m. But it could happen earlier. The day that I get it, I want to finish up the last few things I need, and then get started that day, ideally. So there is a chance this week I could start having unscheduled streams. So do be looking out for that. The current plan is once everything's ready to go, the Sunday streams will stay as normal. But on weekdays I'll probably going from 7 p.m. Eastern, since I have work, so I can't stream during the day. But 7 p.m. for probably around 3 hours, since I don't want to go too late because that would disturb my neighbors. And on Saturday, I'd probably want to start at around noon. And I'm going to be doing that for pretty much until I'm done with the viewing. I've got just about everything set up that I need to set up for that. So that may be happening this week, may be happening next week. All depends on how long my artist... Well, it's not my artist, but the artist I commissioned takes. And actually, to correct you, TV2, it's actually the Anime Men, not the Anime Man. They are two separate channels, but yeah, so yeah. Ultimately, I think that video has a lot of potential. I think if I do a good job with it, that could actually do a lot. But yeah, we'll see. That'll be fun. yeah, again, I don't want to pile on those guys, but that was not a good video. Although, and one thing I realized, I'd been kind of thinking about it, but this week is when it really hit me. Since I started streaming a couple months ago, I don't think there's been a single time I've went from one stream to the next without some absolutely insane, like batshit insane news hitting my timeline. Just something crazy happens in between every stream. Like, the reason I was thinking about it was I happened to be like at work. I was like, huh, nothing really that crazy happened this week. And then I remembered that Nepal's government was overthrown and they elected a new PM via Discord, which it's just like every single week something happens. Like one point it was V Shoujo completely imploding. Another week it was Raja Jackson almost killing Psycho Stu. There was the assassination last week. Like all sorts of crazy shit just keeps happening. And I genuinely don't think there has been one week where that hasn't. But not that big a deal for the stream. So not gonna really harp on that too much. But let me just make one last check. Yeah, it looks like everything is working. So I actually didn't take notes while I was watching this. I'm going to see if I'm actually, like, prepped enough to do this. Oh, there were drone stripes from you guys? Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So, Poland, yeah. Yeah, I know Eastern Europe at the moment is a little bit, has been going a little crazy for the past few years. Honestly, here in America, individual things happening doesn't really make headlines over here anymore. It's like we just kind of know shit's a little bit crazy over there. So yeah, I mean it was real big news when the war first started, but nowadays it's just not. But enough about that. I'm not a news channel and I don't have any intention of ever being one, so let's just get right into it. What did you miss? Basically nothing. I pretty much just started the thing. I had kind of a bit of a ramble, but anything important is actually stuff you already know, like the upcoming streams I'm going to be doing once my PNG tuber model is done. Okay. So I will say I do hope they do get into the worship element, because at least once it's becomes a little bit more relevant, because it's a very complex concept for Rudy's character specifically, because while he does worship Roxy's panties and it is funny, there is also deeper meaning behind it, and it does change over time too. In the books, it's not super clear. I shouldn't say that. It's not that it's not clear. It's that they never really explain explicitly what it's all about, and just kind of let the reader figure it out through context clues and just by interpreting. But it's less of a genuine, sort of, like they mentioned in the anime they call it the Holy Relic. I think they called it the Holy Relic too early for me. But yeah, I mean he it's not that he worships the panties, but the panties are the object that he uses for worship, essentially. But the thing is, it's less about genuine religiosity, because I don't think he actually ever views Roxy as a genuine deity, like who is genuinely to be worshipped. I think that's just how he kind of processes his admiration and devotion and gratitude towards her, where he is kind of overcome with all these positive emotions surrounding her. And it's still kind of a leftover of when all of his positive emotions were filtered through a sexual lens. That, it just, he has this object that not only reminds him of her, but is something that, is sexual in nature. I mean, obviously underwear are not necessarily sexual, but when he stole them, that's kind of the reason he did. And so he kind of has that connection with her. And I think it's not I think it is. Oh, I'm completely blanking on the word here, but it's consistent with the fact that last time he had seen her and when she had this big impact on him, he was still kind of a total gremlin. So he still kind of had all these sexual hang-ups where, I mean, he still has some of them now, but most of them have been, a lot of them have been resolved at this point and he's grown up a lot. But his memories of her are from that time when he was still like that. So he's still kind of got a connection between her and sex in his head. And I think the worship is kind of just how he expresses his admiration for her and his gratitude for her, and how he kind of centers his thoughts. Again, so like I don't think it's like real worship. But also later on, once he does reunite with Roxy and kind of, especially post Turning Point 4, when he kind of has a new direction that he's heading in life and has a new goal ahead of him. There's the that whole dynamic changes because at that point he is married to Roxy. He interacts with her regularly. So when he does his worship, he's not like worshiping his wife literally. So the dynamic changes, and I do hope that it remains. I hope the anime treats it as more than a joke, essentially. Which that is one issue I do have with the anime. A lot of times it does tend to take these joking things that have serious undertones and treat them as just jokes. And hey, I mean, honestly, in Mushoku Tensei, praying to panties is a serious topic. Well, that is one thing I noticed about Mushoku Tensei, especially the books, is that they'll have something outrageous and hilarious and just completely stupid, and that'll actually be a pretense for serious character stuff going on, especially individual lines. Like in the early parts of the series, the most outrageous individual lines Rudy says usually are hiding some surprisingly deep character work. So that's fun. Yeah. And I do like how Rudy's friends are immediately able to see a change in him. Where one area that I've seen criticizing the anime, and I somewhat agree with it, is that it kind of rushed over a lot of the initial friendship developing between Rudy and Zenoba and Cliff. And by extension, Julie, because, you know, she's there with Zenoba. But yeah, they do kind of gloss over the friendship building, so it's not going to stick. It's not going to connect to a viewer as much as it does a reader. Like, it doesn't have quite the same visceral feel to it. But little things like this, like the fact that they immediately notice a positive change in him, that does reinforce that bond, and I do think it's done pretty well for the most part. Yeah, I do agree. They Eleni and Persina. I mean, I still think that their reactions here are pretty funny, and they do highlight the fact that Rudy is actually now that I think about it, I do have kind of mixed feelings. Where, I mean, it is funny. I'm not going to say this is not funny. I enjoyed this, and these two are never fail to entertain, in my opinion. I mean, part of me is a little bit annoyed that Rudy just kind of gets over everything immediately. Like, I can understand getting over it mostly after sleeping with Sylphie and getting over that big emotional hurdle, but having everything go back to normal overnight is just like, I don't know. I feel like there almost kind of would normally be a little bit of a ramp back up to it, but, you know, it is what it is. And I think this is a good way of showcasing that Rudy has kind of overcome his trauma, even though, you know, it doesn't usually work like a light switch.
満ち溢れてるように見えるかな。今日は皆さんにご報告があります。
I mean, yeah, you're right, Alan. There is some truth to that. I mean, they don't seem to be pushing that dynamic too heavily in the anime. So as I think, as a comedic relief, I think it works. I mean, it is a genuine point of criticism. I don't know that it matters a whole lot for me personally, but yeah, I do agree. I'm trying to think of what I really think about this, because part of what was funny about their earlier interactions is I did really like how Persena kept trying to basically pimp Linnea out to Rudy, and that was just a funny thing they did. I don't know. Yeah, it does seem like they kind of just dropped that little running gag and kind of just flipped things around to where Linnea is trying to push Persena into it. But again, they're more comic relief than anything, even though they actually do serve real purposes in the story. Even considering that they're mostly there to make things funny.
詳しい内容については言えませんが、先日とある病から解放されました。ボス、病気だったのかにゃ？襲ってこなかった理由はそれなの？おめでとうございます師匠。世に相談してくれてもよかったのですぞ。なるほど、大変だったな。何にせよおめでとう。魔法大学に入ってから1年、俺を悩ませていた病気が治った。
And like I was saying earlier, while I do think the relationship building was kind of rushed over, that scene is very effective at showing that they've become genuine friends, where Rudy had a major positive movement in his life, and his companions immediately recognize it, and they just have genuine happiness for him. I think this scene expresses that very well.
シルフィーがとても大切なものを捧げてまで俺を助けてくれた。
And that line there is also interesting to me, because they have a one thing I've noticed about these next coming episodes is there's a little persistent theme of both of them feeling like the other is settling, and that they both feel like they have to earn the other's love, and that they both feel like they're kind of not good enough for each other. And that's like the first little hint of that is Rudy saying, she helped me, she gave something up to heal me, not realizing that, Sylphie wanted it just as much as he did. And in fact, she set that whole scenario up. As far as whether Linnea and Persena actually want to get with Rudy, I am not 100% sure. But I think there definitely is a set of circumstances that could have led to that happening, where we got to remember that with the Beast Folk in Mushoku Tensei world are very animalistic, and not just in their appearances and mannerisms, but like they actually have the mindset of animals, where part of what they value is strength and hierarchy. Rudy has demonstrated himself to be somebody who is a strong person who can overcome his opponents and also looks after the people around him. So that's something that a beast folk would actually just naturally value. And then there's the fact that Rudy has a decent degree of social standing at this point, both through his reputation and through some of his connections. So that's another thing that a beast folk would value, particularly a beast folk princess. So yeah. Yeah, that's true. Linnea does end up kind of developing a bit of a thing for him, but she never like really hardcore acts on it. Although I will say part of that is also because I think some of that is going to stem from the fact that Rudy basically saves her from a life of slavery later on, which is funny, but it also I can imagine her being very grateful for that, even though he ends up scolding her because she, is a cat that caused trouble. That whole dynamic is kind of funny and cute, but that's for later on in the series.
ようやく人に戻れた気がした。
発情の匂いが強くなったにゃ。全校女性との停戦の危機だにゃ。近くに寄ると妊娠するの。失礼な。僕は紳士ですよ。
Yeah, but again, I do love their interactions, how they just behave. What can I even really say besides they just make every scene funny?
七星さんはもし誰かと付き合ったらその相手に何を望みますか？突然何を言い出すの？恋バナ？似たようなものです。あのね、私は早く帰りたいの。
And I also really like this little scene in hindsight where Rudy, mentions the Nanohoshi's potential love life, and that is kind of what makes or break her concentration. Because there's a couple things. For starters, we see that she's a very focused character in general. And the fact that that is something that does break her concentration is noteworthy. She doesn't usually waver even with distractions. So it's something that actually kind of hits her pretty deep. And we'll later also see that she's, at this point, very close to her breaking point, where she, like she's about to snap, because she keeps experiencing failure after failure after failure, and it's starting to eat at her. And also we see that we will learn that she does actually have somebody she's interested in from her old life, and he's ultimately the reason she's pushing so hard to go home. It's not just that she misses her home, it's that she misses him. And she wants to get back to him, and she left off, like, the last thing she was saying to him was an argument. They were fighting, and that's something that she regrets. And I will say, with some hindsight, based on stuff that happens much later in the series, or not stuff that happens later in the series, but things that are revealed later in the series, that adds even another dynamic to that whole thing that makes me definitely have emotions. But I don't want to spoil anything, because even though it's not that important to the plot itself, it is kind of a big reveal that lets you kind of put a lot of different things together, and it just sheds a whole new light on the world itself and the ultimate outcome of the various characters and their goals.
真面目にやってくれない？いつも雑談ばっかりして黙って手を動かせばそれだけ効率が上がるのよ。七星さんはあれですか？恋愛経験はない人ですか？私にだって好きな人ぐらいいるわ。喧嘩してそれっきりだけど。
そういえば七星は喧嘩の最中に召喚されたんだったか。
すみません。謝るくらいなら手を動かして。
Yeah, and that does add there's another dynamic between Rudy and Nanohoshi, where at this point Nanohoshi doesn't know that Rudy is who he is. Yeah, and that's true. Rudy can be insensitive, but it's not that he necessarily means to be. I think in this instance, it's still a remnant of the fact that he does struggle with people. He definitely gets a lot better, and there are a number of times in these coming episodes that I noticed that Rudy is able to read people like way better than he was in the past. But he does kind of have a tendency to get caught up in his own mindset, in his own experiences, because right now he's currently going through, like, he basically had an emotional epiphany where he had spent the last several years in a very difficult emotional position because he was hurt by somebody he loved. And that was just recently he was able to overcome that by being with somebody that he loves, who was able to essentially reinforce him instead of hurting him in his emotionally vulnerable moments. So that's kind of all-encompassing for him right now, where love is just everything that has been his existence for the past couple years. And it's currently just, he's like, feels the best he's ever felt because of love. And he probably can't even, like, think about where Nanohoshi is coming from until she just outright says it, basically. And he puts the pieces together. So, yeah, I think it's just he kind of is in his own world, and he just doesn't necessarily think about other people's perspectives. And then once Nanohoshi says, yeah, I have somebody I'm interested in, and we had a fight and I didn't see him until then, and Rudy's able to realize that that's the person she was fighting with when they got isekai'd, then he's like, oh shit, I'm kind of an asshole. But yeah, and I do kind of like this dynamic they have where Rudy obviously doesn't look like his old self at all. Like, even Nanohoshi mentioned that aside from the fact that Rudy's old self was very unhealthy and unkempt and all that, he also just looks like a white guy in this new world, as opposed to the Japanese guy he was before. So there's, he's hiding a little secret from Nanohoshi, keeping that bit of distance between them where he doesn't want to admit who he was. And I do think it does get fumbled a little bit later on, where she does eventually learn. I don't know. It did have some decent elements to it, but I do think it was a bit of a waste of potential. As I've mentioned in past streams, and I'll probably continue mentioning throughout the rest of the series, I do think that Nanohoshi is a character who had a lot of potential that just never fully got realized. Because I think there was just... I genuinely think that when Rifujin was writing, especially the second half of the series, in the second half of the series, there's just so much shit going on, and so many plot threads going all sorts of different directions, so many characters getting involved in crazy shit. I think Rifujin just kind of forgot to finish up Nanohoshi's whole things that she was doing, both plot-wise and character-wise. And by the time that he realized, he's just like, oh shit, it's kind of too late to actually bring that to a meaningful conclusion. So he just basically, he said, fuck it, just put her in cryo sleep, and that's just going to be the end of it. It obviously is not quite like that, but that's kind of how I feel. And as far as Rudy... I mean, it's not... When I say he doesn't want to admit it, that's not like a complete... When I say that, I'm not being complete about that. I'll admit. I was kind of oversimplifying. But the thing about Rudy is that he's very ashamed of his past life. And he definitely does want to not remember it, but he also just doesn't like admitting that that is a part of himself. So he does want to distance himself from his old self, but also there's the fact that he does develop a very real respect for Nanohoshi. They never become really close. They do become friends at one point, sort of, although even that, kind of they lose that over time and they become acquaintances essentially. But he does have a lot of respect for her, even at this point. And that respect only ever grows, where he's just like. And she develops a respect for him as well, both for his magical ability and for his character. And I think by the time they... I think part of Rudy's thing is he just also doesn't want Nanohoshi to necessarily know who he was before, because he likes the fact that somebody he respects also respects him. And he's just like, if I tell her what I was before, will she lose that respect for me? And I'm not sure he actually thought of it in those explicit terms. Like, I don't know if these are conscious thoughts, but... Oh, he gives her some... some attention and redundancy. Okay, that's good to know, because I'm still thinking of the end of the main series, where we do kind of know how the rest of... how things tend to go, at least for the remainder of Rudy's life, in terms of the people around him. And I know with Nanohoshi, not much really happens for reasons that are explained in how she ends up in the main story. I'm not going to go into spoiler territory, but the thing she does to set her on the path forward, essentially, is kind of how she stays. So, okay, I'll be interested to see what happens in Redundancy. Again, I know that's something I've been saying I need to read, and I will eventually. I just don't know when I'll get around to it. But, yeah. I also wouldn't be surprised when it comes to Rifujin. I've noticed that when he continues his work on Mushoku Tensei, he a lot of times has this attitude of wanting to fix the areas he feels like he failed beforehand. Like, one thing about the light novels is the bonus chapters are usually light novel exclusives, like they weren't in the web novels. And a lot of them just feel like they're trying to fill in gaps. Like with volume 1 specifically, is the big one he does is the big one that in volume 1 is he has Zenith's perspective right after the emergency family meeting, or not right after, but like a year or so afterwards, where she's thinking back on it, and it just really just shows her mindset and how much love she has for her family and how much gratitude she has for Rudy specifically, which I feel is a very great setup for how Zenith eventually ends up and what happens when they reunite. And yes, that is true. I don't think it's really a spoiler that Rudy ultimately reveals himself to Nanohoshi, tells her who he is. Because I do think the way their story is building up, where they still have this, like, there's a very clear contrast they're trying to form with this dynamic of they have this thing connecting them that no other two people in this entire world have, where they're both Japanese, where nobody else can have that type of connection besides those two. But at the same time, they are so diametrically different in so many ways that they have this distance between them that can never really be completely overcome. But with the main difference being the fact that Nanohoshi desperately wants to go home and Rudy desperately wants to stay. And there's also other differences too, where they have, we'll see some of the connection they have later, where Nanohoshi shuts down and Rudy is like, I know what this is like. And they have that connection there. But also when Nanohoshi has things get tough for her, she doubles down and pushes herself harder, whereas Rudy kind of tries to hide away. That's both of their gut instincts. So yeah, they really are leaning into the idea of how they have this connection, but they also have this barrier between them that, it's almost like they're foils of themselves, basically. That's not the right way to describe it, but I think you know what I'm saying. Yeah, that's true. I mean, when it comes to people, I mean, I've never been the biggest understander of shipping in general. Like, to me, I just, it's not in my personality for shipping. But yeah, personality-wise, they don't fit together. And I think it was an intentional choice by Rifujin to make it so that on the surface, you would think they have this connection. You would think they would make a good couple, but once you actually see the two of them interact, you see how they both function, you realize that it just would not feel even remotely right. Like, they just don't have the type of chemistry that would work with that particular dynamic. And, yeah, they do have somewhat of a sibling relationship. I ultimately think that a lot of their friendship comes down to the fact that they have a relationship out of convenience, where again, they do have this built-in connection with the Japanese thing, and Rudy is very sympathetic to her plight, and he wants to help her, and he realizes he's in a unique position to help her, because how many people have his kind of mana capacity? Not really many, and her experiments, require a shitload of mana, and she has 0. So I think he also feels almost like a moral obligation to help her as well. But yeah, it's like, while they do develop a friendship, I think it's the kind of thing where if circumstances hadn't forced them together, they probably wouldn't have ever really become friends. I think they're just two very different people that don't have a lot of chemistry. Kind of like how you can become, friendly with a family member, where you might not have very much in common, but you do like each other. And if you didn't have that familial connection, you just might never, you probably wouldn't ever become friends. That kind of thing, where it's not like not a bad thing, but it's just reality.
今度は俺がシルフィーの望むことをしてあげる番だ。
そういえば
結婚ってどうすればいいんだ？
結婚ですか？
ええ、そういう時どうするのかちょっと気になって。
そうだな。まずは家だろ。
I also do like these couple episodes because they do a lot of little subtle world building where you kind of, at least world building in terms of the culture of this universe, or at the very least the human culture. Because certain things work very differently than the real world in subtle ways that would feel strange to just outright exposit. And one thing I've mentioned in the past, and I'll probably continue mentioning it, is that Isekai is kind of the quintessential fish out of water story where you don't get much more fish out of water than that. And a lot of stories that take place in unfamiliar universes, unfamiliar settings, do feature a fish out of water protagonist. And the reason for that is that if the main character doesn't understand anything that's going on, it makes sense that people would explain what's going on to the main character. And by extension, the audience gets exposition in a way that doesn't feel unnatural. So isekai is almost like the extreme of that, where they're not even from this world, so everything has to be explained to them. But, I mean, even if you look at Lord of the Rings, Frodo is a fish out of water character because, even though he is an inhabitant of that world, it's not an isekai story. He starts out in the Shire, in a pretty isolated village, and then he gets thrust into this journey with the Fellowship, and they go on this whole thing where he experiences most of the world for the first time and has a perspective that nobody from his home village really has, so he has things explained to him. And a big reason for that is so that the audience can have it explained to them. So, even with that taken into consideration, so Rudy doesn't know how all this stuff works in this world. Even though part of me thinks he should have picked some of it up, considering the fact he's lived there for 16 years, but he also had other things going on, so it's fine. But I do like how Rudy's kind of fumbling his way through all this and learning it as he goes, and it doesn't turn into just an exposition dump. I think it's actually very subtly done, and I do appreciate that a lot. Especially since there are a number of little differences. Like for one thing they don't explicitly state, but becomes pretty clear, is that it's very normal in this world for relationships to move fairly quickly, to go from, entering a relationship to making a long-term commitment in, very little time, where, Rudy mentions that he's going to marry Sylphie. And as far as they know, he's known her for, a year at this point, but they've only just started dating and then immediately decide they're going to get married. And the people around him are just like, yeah, that makes sense. Congratulations. Like, none of them have any kind of hesitation. Like, I will say, if I was talking to a friend or a family member and they, even if it's somebody they knew really well and they just start dating somebody and then say, oh yeah, we're getting married, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Because, even if it is somebody you know, when you just start dating, long-time commitment can cause unforeseen issues. In this world, that's not really a consideration. And, they also never really say why that is. My guess is that in this world, because everything is so dangerous, it's kind of, you never know what can happen the next day. Something can kill you or whatever, so they're kind of just accept that. If things can end at a blink of an eye, might as well throw yourself at life wholeheartedly. And yeah, true, that's also kind of how Frozen goes. I mean, yeah, Frozen was, at least in part, I mean, I know it was based off an actual Hans Christian Andersen book, but a lot of the themes that movie kind of leaned into were the kind of not quite deconstructions, but little bits of commentary on typical fairy tales and how even old Disney movies tended to conduct themselves. But yeah.
いきなり家ですか？当たり前だ。結婚するのに家もなくてどうするんだ。
そういえばパウロも結婚するにあたってブエナ村に住むようになったんだったか。
And I will also say that this does lead to a few questions that I have, and I will admit that these questions do not fucking matter in the slightest. But this is just kind of how my mind works, where they mention that part of me wonders how much of this is Cliff's perspective as having a privileged upbringing in a wealthy society. Because let's not forget, Millis is a very wealthy country, and he lives in the capital. He grew up in the capital city, very wealthy, and part of one of the aristocratic families, and he's like being groomed for the popehood. Or no, the papacy, not popehood, papacy. I know words. And so he lived a very privileged upbringing and was surrounded by other people who were very financially stable. So part of me wonders is like, getting a house, I imagine even for a medieval society, having a house is no small thing necessarily. Like it's probably a pretty significant asset financially. But I'm also thinking back to Rudy's upbringing, where while the Grey Rats in Buena Village were pretty well off, Paul had a pretty respectable salary as kind of the head of the village. Even the other people in the village who lived in poverty, they did have houses generally. But also, they lived in a rural area where there was nothing but land, basically. So that's probably not as big a deal. So I'm wondering how normal that is to actually have an actual house that you own. And wondering how much of this is Cliff just kind of being out of touch, and how much is it is, no, he's actually right, and it is just the norm for everybody to find a place, a house to own and settle down in before you get married. I don't really know. As I mentioned earlier, it doesn't actually matter. It's just kind of how my brain works when I'm thinking about these things.
相手側がいいところのお嬢さんで家を持っているってんならともかく、どっちも家なしだったら男が用意するのが解消ってもんだろ。
この世界ではそういうものなのか。
I will also note that another consideration that kind of leads me to think that Cliff might be exaggerating the importance of this is that Cliff still has this very idealized vision of how relationships should work. Where, let's not forget, the reason he gets with Elena-Lise, his whole thing is he has this almost chivalrous idea of her and wants to court her to be, to a degree that it's even viewed as kind of silly in this universe. So he might still kind of be on that idea of this is how things should be, this is the idealized way of doing things. Yeah, Demon Continent, true, there's probably differences, but also let's not forget that I think Badagati would not be a good example, just period, to say what's the norm there, because the immortal demons, the Demon Kings, and the Demon Empress, they all kind of operate on their own wavelength, where, I mean, even by Mushoku Tensei standards, they are very long-lived, where they just kind of do whatever they want. They may settle down, like I know Atofi does, where she kind of finds her place and she's happy there. But, Kishirika and Badagati just kind of wander around doing whatever they want. But with the main, the typical demons, like the regular citizens, things are probably different. And it does appear that a lot of them actually, doesn't appear to be a whole lot of actual houses in the Demon Continent when we see them. And if I had to guess, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is the case, because I think the world building of Mushoku Tensei is very well done, so I wouldn't be surprised if Rifujin actually took all this stuff into consideration. But because of how dangerous everything is, they tend to coalesce into cities in the Demon Continent. Not always, because there are villages like Roxy's tribe and all that, but a lot of what we see are villages where they kind of connect together. And in a city, in an urban environment, you can't really give everybody property or a house to live in, because it just doesn't work if you do that. And yes, also, yeah, you're right. Also, Alan, Begarit is completely different as well. And that is another consideration, is the fact that the different locations in the world are all going to have different cultures. They all function differently. Well, because and Begarit is like kind of a desert society, so I wouldn't be surprised if Rifujin kind of took some inspiration from nomadic cultures when designing that area of the world. And that's also not uncommon in fantasy writing. A lot of deserts in fantasy have nomadic inhabitants, or semi-nomadic, or at least inhabitants that are inspired by nomadic civilizations.
わかりました。まずは家ですね。明日町に出て物件を見てきます。
ルーデス、お前結婚するのか？
ええ、まあ。
誰と？
病気を治してくれた人で。
Another thing I do like is it's a very minor thing, but I do like how Julie is starting to take on a lot of Zenoba's mannerisms. Where here, let me go back a little bit. Oh. Let me see if I can wait for it, because it's coming up. Because if you notice, and part of this might be, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to point out, the fact that they're blinking in sync. There are a number of other times this happens where they do the same kind of thing at the same time, but yeah, the fact that they're blinking the same. Yeah, okay, it's coming up. It's so adorable. Yeah, they both pop up at the same time, and they both blink in sync. Like, it's very adorable. Julie is great. Yeah, Julie is mimicking Zenoba. I really like how they're portraying Julie in the anime. Just, there's so many little visual things they do with her to make her just this excited, cute kid. Where she was great in the books. Like, don't get me wrong, I did like her in the books. But you don't quite have that visceral cute factor that she has in the anime. And granted, I'm also, when it comes to cuteness, that's a very hard thing to do in text. That's definitely something that is aided by visuals. And I think that's one of the reasons I tend to like moe stuff in visual novels more so than in books, because you can actually see the characters doing cute things.
なるほどな。もし相手がミリス教徒なら言ってくれ。まだ略式しかできないが、ノリとはあげられる。
はい。
Yeah. And I also do like how Mushoku Tensei handles religion for the most part, where it's not a main focus, except for when they're literally dealing with the religious like hierarchy directly. But I mean, I feel like Rifujin definitely had a very balanced approach when tackling the subject of religion in Mushoku Tensei, where he doesn't portray it as an inherently positive or negative thing, and he shows even people of the same religion using it for good. For example, Cliff is like the kind of the quintessential example of somebody who uses his religious values to live life in the way that he views is right, and to try to do good by people. Whereas a lot of the people we'll see in the Millis arc, which granted, the anime onlys have not gotten to it yet, but a lot of them are using religion for either to push a negative worldview or to just posture themselves into, and try to manipulate things so that they improve their own lives, which, and you do kind of see those two things exist in the real world as well. And I will say, I'm not a religious person myself, but I actually do really like stories that involve religion in a nuanced and complex way. And actually, I also really like hearing religious perspectives on things in the real world, where, you know, it's just an interesting way of looking at things that I can't relate to myself. But, oh shit. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Let me go deal with that. And, let me also... Let me ban that, and, excuse me. Let me just add another filter to my thing. I think that was it. Let me just make sure I spelled that correctly. Yeah. And let me add another one too, just in case. There we go. Sorry about that. Kick definitely has a bit of a bot problem. Ironically, a bot that is promoting other bots, which is fun. So I'm sorry, that kind of threw me off because, you know, I gotta do that. And at some point I should get some, I don't know. I'm starting to question whether I should actually continue multi-streaming, but because I do multi-stream just because why not? And once in a while I do have some people kind of filter in from one's platform or the other, but I almost gotta wonder because I will say Twitch actually hasn't been all that bad lately. I've been pretty I haven't had a whole lot of issues with Twitch bots lately, which is actually kind of surprising because I know they actually do have a pretty real bot problem. But I guess it's more view bots on Twitch than actual chat bots. So, okay, yeah, and yeah, it's evolving. But, you know, again, maybe in the future I'll stop, what do you call it, multi-streaming. If it goes on for a long time and I really just am not getting any traffic through there because it's starting to become a little bit more trouble than it's worth. But, you know, I would have to completely like redo my layout as well, which is a factor in why I'm hesitant to stop. But yeah, we'll figure it out later. So let me try to regain my head because that of course threw me completely off. Yeah, I know I was talking about fiction and religion and all that stuff, but yeah, I do find religious perspectives interesting, both real and fictional, even though I'm not religious myself. And I do always appreciate when a writer can introduce religion in an interesting way in their world. Like one author I really like is Brent Weeks. He writes a lot of he's a fantasy author of books, and I can tell he's a very religious person himself, but he always includes religion in his books in a very in a way you wouldn't expect, particularly from somebody who is religious. Like one of his series is Lightbringer. It's literally centered around a color-based magic system and a theocracy within that system that's based on that magic system, where they the main character is not directly involved with that at the start, but like one of the other main characters, he's almost a protagonist. There's a lot from his perspective. He's basically like the pope of this religion, and had secretly lost his faith after seeing all the corruption in that institution. But he still has to kind of play the game and pretend to be pious. It's a very interesting way of looking at things, and it's a religious guy who is not showing a inherently positive view of religion, which I think was pretty neat. It was a very good writing. So that's just something I find interesting, and I don't remember exactly how I was connecting that to Mushoku Tensei. Something to do with the Millis faith. But yeah, I don't know. That's ADHD brain for you. Even with my drugs, it doesn't always help.
物件を見るとは言ったものの、正直どれぐらいの家を買えばいいのか俺にはさっぱりわからない。シルフィーは王女の護衛だ。護衛抜きにしても仲がいい。となるとアリエル王女が来訪する場合もあるのか。ならそれなりの家じゃないとまずいよな。
シルフィーと一緒に来た方が良かったかもな。
いやいや、ここで俺の解消ぐらい見せておかねば。
I will also say I do find this whole series of events funny, of him searching for the house, where I do like the way it all ends up working out, where he finds the house, a good house, for a very good price because of the magical doll that's in there, although they don't know about that yet. But I always kind of funny how Rudy was concerned about the cost of things and money, despite the fact that he actually has a lot of money by this world's standard just from his years adventuring, and how he just gained a lot of money by becoming an A rank adventurer, even though it was mostly for reputation. And he utilized his skills from the Demon Continent for that, but also, as an A rank adventurer, he will have no problem getting tons of money if he ever wants it. So it is kind of funny how he still lives in not in a frugal way, but in a conscientious way, because he just doesn't have to.
良くて部屋数が多くてしかも安いような物件は
Yeah. And I also do like how Zenoba's weapon of choice is just a club. That's kind of perfect for his not necessarily his personality, but the veneer that we're supposed to see, the way we're initially misdirected as far as he goes, because he's this he's a blessed child with super strength, and he starts out seeming like a bit of an idiot when we first meet him all the way back in season 1. So that's kind of what you're primed to think of him as. And the fact that his weapon is a club kind of reinforces that misconception of him, even though we do know that he's a very intellectual character ultimately, and that I will say he actually probably comes to a much deeper things. That's also true. I mean that's the world building explanation for it, the in-universe reason for it, and it makes complete sense. But also, I think it does start out with Rivajin wanted to give him a club, and then came up with the reason after the fact, because it's just kind of funny. But yeah. And I mean, that's not a bad way of doing things. Hey, that's fine. You don't have to chat if you don't want to. I appreciate you being here nonetheless. And don't worry, I'll chat enough for the both of us.
なかなかいい家ですな。
いや、二人で暮らすには大きすぎるぐらいじゃないか。
訳ありなので値段はそう高くないんですよ。
呪われているって話だったか。
なんでも夜中になるとどこからか音がして、翌日家の者が惨殺されていたそうです。
除霊などはしなかったのですか？
冒険者ギルドは犠牲者が出てから受けてくれなくて、魔術ギルドの方も取り合ってくれないみたいですよ。
I mean, I will say that's actually pretty significant, the fact that the Adventurers Guild refuses contracts on this place, because granted, the Renoa area is not particularly dangerous, where they don't really explain this too much in the anime, but in the books, while the Adventurers Guild are kind of a pretty consistent organization, they are like one loosely bound organization that they're part of the same group. The different branches operate kind of differently, and that the reason for that is just that different parts of the world are more or less dangerous than others, where in Asura is generally a very safe location where you just don't really have a lot of dangerous jobs, period. So somewhere like that would refuse a really dangerous job like here, whereas somewhere like the Demon Continent, where, although interestingly, despite the Demon Continent being the most dangerous place and has these really high level contracts available, they also pay the least because the area is not wealthy. But yeah, so the Demon Continent Adventurers Guild probably would take the jobs, or at least allow them. But it is telling that the Adventurers Guild, even in a relatively safe place like Renoa, is still unwilling to take on. It actually just bans this contract, which I don't know that we even hear about anything like that happening anywhere else. And excuse me for 1 second, I do actually need to use the bathroom. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. All right, let me just pull everything back up. Thank you for sticking with me. You know, funny thing. So I'm gonna share a little bit of the behind the scenes of being a content creator, especially on YouTube. On YouTube specifically, it's pretty funny that thing I noticed. So when you're a YouTuber, by default, YouTube will send you a bunch of emails as notifications for things that happen on your channel. Like when you first start a YouTube channel, you'll get an email every time somebody subscribes. You'll get an email when you get comments. But as you grow, eventually while you can turn them off on your own, it'll eventually just automatically turn those settings off on their own. I think after I got something like, I want to say 1,000 subscribers, I think that's when they stopped sending you emails about new subscribers. And I know a couple months ago they stopped sending me email. Actually, it's probably longer than that at this point, but they stopped sending me emails about comments on my videos, which, I don't know, part of me actually kind of wants to see if I can turn that back on, because if a comment gets eaten, I now no longer see it. But so most of the notifications are now turned off for me, but they still send me an email every time my channel goes live. So I'll have an email from YouTube saying your channel is now live. I figure of all the things that don't need an email notification, that has to be like the biggest thing. Like, I feel like I would always know that I'm live. Or if I don't, an email's not going to be what fixes it. Like, you know, I don't want to, like, who knows if like I feel like the only time I would actually need a notification like that is if, like, it's if you know, I pull a DSP and jack off on stream by accident. But I feel like an email's not going to fix that, because my attention would be elsewhere at the time. So yeah. Let me see. Said in the novel, how did the demons lose the war? They have stronger warriors. I don't know for sure. They might have mentioned it. I don't know how specific or vague it was in the books, but I think part of we also do need to remember that this was, I believe, 400 years before the start of the story was when the last war ended. So the dynamics were probably different. Oh yeah, that's true. Hitogami probably had things to do about that. Yeah. So yeah, that's true. That Hitogami definitely is a big X factor and all that, where he can definitely fuck shit up just because of his ability to view the future. So yeah, he was a big part of that. But also, let's not forget that the Beast Folk it was pretty much everybody versus the demons at that point. Yeah. Yeah, and that's also true. Without Laplace at the head of things, that kind of things were difficult for them. Like, because even though, you know, Kishirika was there, and she was apparently much more competent than she is in her lolly form, but yeah, it was a whole complicated thing. I really do want Rifujin to write a Human Demon War book, because I think that would be very interesting. Because it's such a significant part of Mushoku Tensei history that is just only ever, like, referenced here and there. Never really gets a big dive into it. And I think that, you know, since the main series is done and we have a lot more information, like, I think it could serve a similar purpose to, like, Old Dragon's Tale, where it kind of expands on these historical characters that we know and relies on stuff that was not clear at this point in the main series. The stuff that's going to be spoilers for the anime onlys, where, like, again, like I've mentioned before, Old Dragon's Tale is excellent. Once you get past Turning Point 4, which is going to be in season 3 of the anime, and I want to say it's around book 12 or 13 in the light novels. But once you've experienced Turning Point 4 and learn all the stuff from that, then definitely read Old Dragon's Tale. Or finish the main series and then read Old Dragon's Tale. But definitely don't do it before Turning Point 4 or you will get spoiled. But yeah, but Old Dragon's Tale ultimately served as a great way of expanding the lore and some of the important characters. And I feel like a Human Demon War book could do the same kind of thing. Hell, he could probably do more than one of those because there have been more than one Human Demon War. And yeah, 15 million. Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, I'm personally of the opinion that it's probably best to finish the main series before reading Old Dragon's Tale. But that's also it's reasonable to say, hey, I want to take a break from the main series, a little bit burned out. Because I mean, honestly, being burned out in the middle of a book series, that's actually why I read Mushoku Tensei in the first place. Because I was reading the Horus Heresy, and I actually haven't gotten back to that, haven't finished up. But I was like 17 books into the Horus Heresy. Really enjoying that, but I was like, you know what? I need a break from this. I've kind of warhammered out at the moment. So I said, okay, you know what? Let's find something else to read. You know what? I've been thinking about Mushoku Tensei. Let's check it out. And then I read Mushoku Tensei Volume 1, and I'm like, holy shit, this is fucking good. And then over the course of the next 2 months, I read all the other books. And at the time, I was working a job where I had a lot of downtime. So I had a lot of time to read. So that was everything kind of slotted into place. I don't get to read as much now because I am actually working when I'm at work. So, but I do prefer my job now. So that's an acceptable trade-off for me.
怠慢だな。
だから二人を呼んだんですよ。さて、ザノバさん、クリフさん。
Oh yeah, I do remember what I was saying before I went to the bathroom, but so it's like, it is significant that the Adventurers Guild has a moratorium on jobs for this house because and on top of that, Rudy, Zenoba, and Cliff are the ones who are going to take it on. That's actually does go to say a lot about their strength. The fact that they not only are very easily capable of handling this, but they all know that they're capable of handling this. It's kind of neat. And I will agree that 40K is one of those things that is hard to know where to get into. I wouldn't say it's hard to get into, but it's hard to know where to get into. For me, my introduction to 40K was the Eisenhorn trilogy, and I think that's a pretty excellent starting point for most people that I would recommend, because I mean, one of the difficult things about 40K is that there's so many factions that all intertwine with one another, and they all kind of, again, they all do have their own things going on that all feed into the main theme of the setting and how all that works. Eisenhorn is good because while it does focus on, Gregor Eisenhorn, who's an Inquisitor, it does include a lot of little pieces of other factions. Like one of the allies he meets is a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. He fights a Chaos Space Marine. He deals with Chaos Cultists. It's a good starting point, and also it's an excellent story. Finkel. It's been so long since I've read it, I don't remember really any of the character names. But yeah, ultimately, if you want to get into Warhammer 40K, Eisenhorn is where I would recommend. I would also say, I know that Bricky has a video going over all the different factions, just giving like a Cliff Notes summary of what they're all about. It's not perfect. Like there are things he leaves out, things he doesn't really go into, but it's a great way to, it's a good crash course on the on just how the world works. So those are the ones I went. Oh, bad. Yeah, I don't know Pet Detective, so yeah, I can't, because you kind of confused me just because there is a character in Eisenhorn. His name starts with F, but I can't remember what his name is, and he was a pretty significant character, so that probably just, I made that connection in my head. So yeah, but let's actually get back to Mushoku Tensei. But yeah, like I was saying, it's kind of neat that the Adventurers Guild is like scared of this house, and the danger is so dangerous that they don't even they're not willing to touch it. But these three are just very powerful. Like even Cliff is kind of the weakest of the three of them. but we got to remember he's still an advanced class mage in multiple disciplines. So like he is no slouch himself. But yeah, the three of them just crush things that the Adventurers Guild says they won't even let people attempt.
参りましょうか。
And I mean, realistically, Zenoba could have, as we'll see later, Zenoba could have just soloed it. And yeah, Rudy probably could have as well, because even though his initial stuff didn't work, I think he could have recovered. Cliff probably would have died if he went in solo.
お前ないきなり壊すなよ。
失礼。扉が歪んで開かなくなっていました。師匠、どうしますか？
まずは1階の右手から全ての部屋を見て回ります。
かしこまりました。
なんかお前本格的だな。
一応僕も永久冒険者ですからね。
ああ、そうだったな。
And I think this is the first time the anime actually mentions what rank Rudy is at. Unless I'm forgetting something, which I very well might be, but I mean, A rank is actually is a pretty big deal in this world. Like, again, they don't really go into that much of the mechanics of how adventuring works and how the ranks work. Like, they do in the books, but not so much in the anime. But like, A rank is like, you know, it's the second highest rank there is, and even a lot of the best adventurers stop at A rank and they just refuse to rank up past that because being S rank doesn't actually have any benefits to it besides what do you call it, bragging rights, basically, because the whole idea is that you're allowed to take jobs up to one rank above or below your current rank, and because there's no jobs above S rank, all you do by advancing from A rank to S rank is lock yourself out of B rank jobs. And A rank jobs, even for highly skilled adventurers, are still very dangerous. Yeah, he may be the most competent human mage than more, if not for Rudy Sylphie. Possibly. It's really hard to judge. There's not really a linear scale for how good mages are in this world, because I mean the fact that there are so many disciplines for magic, and he might be like one of the most well-rounded mages out there for sure, where he has a very good ability to do pretty much any type of magic. Like, you know, he's also, due to his connections with the church, he can do divine magic, which not a lot of people can do, although that's less about skill and more about the fact that the Millis church has that on lockdown. But yeah, he does have very broad ability as far as skill goes, but he also develops a very strong understanding of the theoretical side of magic, like way more than Rudy ever does. Because I know he is instrumental in a lot of the magical research that Rudy's team ends up doing later on, and he's a very important factor in developing the magical armor, which I'm very excited for when that starts to happen. Because I mean, on top of the fact that that leads into the Turning Point 4 and all the crazy shit that happens with that, and the big fight scene that leads into, which involves the armor, I think the inclusion of, well, not just the two variants of the magical armor. There's the big magical armor, like the big Iron Man suit, and then there's the smaller one that requires less power but brings Rudy up to like saint level physicality. And he also develops his magical implements, like his stone cannon gun. Like, a lot of cool stuff happens once the research really starts kicking off. And these few episodes are actually set up for that, because they capture the doll, realize some of the possibilities with magic circles. Yeah, exactly. It's I mean, that is one thing I'm a little bit annoyed by, is the anime doesn't go into how Rudy has kind of defaulted to stone cannon, where that was one of the earliest combat spells he started using regularly. And he used it back in the Demon Continent. And, you know, there was this whole scene in the novels where he goes in how he crafts this really strong stone cannon, where he, kind of makes it into a drill, into a hollow point bullet as well. Like, he does all these things to give it as much power as it can, both in terms of the magical power, but also just physics. And he ends up, just completely destroying a tree ant with it. Like, he completely overkills it and is like, and, Ruger's like, dude, what the fuck? We needed that wood. So then he had to tone it down for future. But he keeps using stone cannons throughout his entire journey. And he just gets better and better at it. And then when he fights Badagati, he does basically the same thing as he did with the tree ant, where he just pours everything he has into this one really powerful stone cannon and completely blows him apart. And again, his stone cannon just keeps evolving and evolving as he goes. It's this, I want to say, beginner or intermediate rank earth magic, earth spell. He just keeps developing, and it just stays with him as his main area of attack. And then he turns that into an actual weapon he can use, like, by just shoving mana into it without even having to think about it. And I think that's just a really cool evolution of that whole thing, where actually, if you really think about it, a lot of what Rudy ends up doing in combat, he doesn't use a whole lot of really advanced magic. The most he ever really does is creates new effects from magic he already kind of knows. Like, I think the coolest things he does is, there's the disturb magic, which that's not really a typical class of magic. It's just understanding the flow of magic that he learns from Orsted. And then there's the he also learns how to cast lightning, so he basically becomes a fucking Sith. But that is essentially, even that's kind of just using pretty simple magical processes to turn him into that. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. One of the things about Rudy is that we never really know just how good he actually is. Like, we know he's probably, like, one of the best in the world by the time that he finishes off the main series. And hell, and he lives a good amount past the end of the main series as well, so he probably only gets better as he grows older. But one thing is that, like, he never actually tests his full capabilities in a formal sense, where, he gets king rank in water magic because Roxy teaches him a king rank spell, and he picks it up pretty much immediately. But there's also been various other characters who mentioned that's like, that spell that Rudy cast was at Emperor level, like, in terms of power. I think Badagati even mentioned the stone cannon that Rudy hit him with was like Imperial level, like bordering on divine level in terms of raw power. Though of course it is a beginner rank spell. So the thing is, Rudy never really has the attention to, has really desire to push himself in terms of his title, as far as what he can actually provably do. Because generally speaking, he has other things that are demanding his attention, especially after Turning Point 4. Like, that's kind of becomes the priority for him. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what he does. He uses his magic to again, create a gun, basically, where he part of me thinks that it's almost not really that necessary, just because I feel like Rudy at the time he makes that is competent enough in earth magic to where he could probably just do those effects without even really thinking about it. So part of it might just be the fact that Rudy Fujin thought that would be a cool thing to add, so he just had Rudy add it. So, but at the same time, it's also, I can see the benefit even for somebody as good as him to say, just have a weapon where even in the most dire circumstances, he just shove mana in it and it does its job. So he doesn't even have to do that little amount of thinking. But yeah. Oh yeah, ultimately Rudy just ended up developing such a very strong intuitive sense of magic. Like, he already has that, but it gets so much better as time goes on. Yeah. Yeah, Okay, you said king is required to hurt him and expects bordering emperor. Okay, you might be right. I might be. I'm pretty sure I heard somebody at some point mention Rudy being at almost divine level in terms of power, but I don't know. I don't remember when exactly that was. I could have sworn I heard that at some point, but I could be wrong. But yeah, but the point is, we never really get a hard answer for just how good he is. Like, what is his rank as far as the various. Well, okay, I shouldn't say what is his rank, but what rank could he achieve if he actually attempted it? Because, I mean, rank is just determined by what is the highest level spell you actually successfully cast, as opposed to a actual marker of skill. So, actually, interesting in that sense. Magic has more of a self-guided kind of ability to determine your rank compared to swordplay, where you kind of have to get. Where swordplay works more like martial arts, where you kind of have to be given a new title by an instructor, where at least past saint rank, up to, like saint rank and beyond, you kind of have to have an instructor give it to you. I think that you can kind of get away with calling yourself beginner, intermediate, advanced, and just people just kind of accept that. But yeah. Well, the seven powers is an interesting thing because it's less about raw power scaling. Because even if you're not necessarily stronger than somebody else, if you can beat them in a fight, regardless of your actual power, you can actually take their place on the on the powers list. Again, even if I'm trying to word this in a way that's not going to spoil anything, because I mean, I don't think it's that much of a spoiler that the seven great powers rank does shift up and down a little bit. Things do change as far as that goes, but we do see characters move on that list that I think are not necessarily indicative of raw power. Like when the one swordsman beats the other swordsman and takes his place, he's good, but I don't think he's necessarily seven great powers good. Because I think he won less because of how good he was, and more that the other guy kind of lost his edge. And you're right, Thomas. He doesn't really consider himself anything other than what he actually like legitimately achieves. But I'm talking more about his actual abilities as opposed to what his actual rank is. Because I mean, in a sense, who actually cares about the titles as far as these characters go? But you kind of wonder, like, if Rudy decided, you know what, I'm gonna try to achieve the highest rank in everything that I can, where would he have landed? That question never really gets answered, but I mean, I could say I would be willing to bet that Earth and Water magic, he could probably reach Emperor rank. Certainly Saint rank and everything else. Probably King rank in attack magic as well. There is some truth to that as well. The technique god has his own influence on that. The way I kind of viewed it, and I might be wrong, is I think the technique god kind of set everything up initially, and he kind of he's like, okay, these are the strongest people currently, and then I think the list kind of just auto updates as okay. I will say the seven great powers list does kind of annoy me because it feels like it's not actually a very good representation of the top seven people, because it seems to update when one of them gets beaten in combat or in battle in some ways, but you just kind of feel like you could be on the seven great powers list, but just not be getting into fights. Because, I mean, like the technique god especially, nobody knows where the fuck he is. So, nobody can ever take him down. Nobody can ever take his spot, even though there's still question as to whether they could. But think of like Orsted. Orsted is not interested in his rank. He just happens to be number 2 just because of his the way he, just by circumstance basically. But like he's not looking for fights. So you almost wonder if somebody wants to take his spot, they'd have to kind of go find him, and he would have no reason to help them find him and to engage in that fight. So even if somebody could beat him and take his spot, there's no guarantee that they actually would be able to orchestrate that fight in the first place. So in order to take his spot, so he would be at his rank, and somebody who might deserve that rank would never actually get there. So that is something that does annoy me a little bit about the 7 great powers, because it's just like, it's not like a really accurate ranking of, or okay, I should say it's probably accurate at what it is, but it's not necessarily the most accurate methodology, since it seems to require beating somebody in a fight in order to change the rankings. And actually, come to think of it, the fighting god as well, we do learn that nobody has fought the fighting god in a long time, for reasons that will be revealed later in the story, but you think nobody can actually take his spot because nobody can actually fight him. It's like that seems kind of bullshit. Whatever.
それで僕はどうすればいい？
敵を見つけたら初級の進撃魔術で攻撃してください。
了解。
Yeah, that is another thing that I do have a little bit of complaints about with Mushoku Tensei in general, not just the anime, is that I think divine magic is a really cool concept that never really gets looked at. It's kind of like it's kind of like my thoughts on North God style, where I think North God is the coolest of the 3 swordplay styles by a mile. Like, I love North God style. There are so relatively few instances where you actually get to see it, and most of the time you do get to see it is, much later in the story, Rudy eventually meets both North Gods. Unlike the Sword God and Water God styles, there are actually 2 North Gods as opposed to 1 of each Sword and Water God. So you don't really see much of North God at an in-depth level until you meet those characters, and they do things completely differently from every other North God swordsman. It's one of those things that it's such a cool concept, and I feel like if Rudy was a swordsman, he would be a North God swordsman, because that just fits with his general way of approaching things. But it's just so cool, and you never really see all that much of it, except for a handful of enemies. Even though in the books it mentions that adventurers default to North God style, and then you just don't see a lot of North God among adventurers. But, it's whatever. It's not that big a deal. We do get a big look at magic, which I think is an acceptable replacement for a look at North God sword fighting. But yeah, no, I mean, even actually, now that I think of it, even the stuff we do see of North God, I don't remember exactly. I think he is. Well, I mean, part of also is with North God, their whole thing is just kind of not following rules and doing whatever they want, so they don't really have that strict of a hierarchy, where high-level North God swordsmen are very much in their own world. They play by their own rules, so they kind of play fast and loose with all that. I don't know. It's an interesting conversation. I just I don't know. I don't really remember the details of how that all goes together, but yeah, it's it's not that important in the grand scheme of things. But I will say, even the high level North God stuff we see, like I'm actually really excited to see the fight between Ghislaine and Wita, because Wita is one of those is a North God, is a halfling. We don't actually see a whole lot of halflings throughout the story, but that's one of them where he kind of has his focus on visibility, where in the day he wears this really reflective gear that blinds people, and at night he wears camouflage. So that, I think, could lead to some really cool fights, because he's a North King versus Ghislaine the Sword King. It's pretty cool. Let me see. Yeah, Orsted, he knows a lot. He knows a lot of different things. I'm trying to think. I think the one thing he's never been able to figure out is where the technique god is. I'm pretty sure he's tried to find him and has failed. And I'm trying to remember, and I'm also trying to say things without spoiling. he knows about the fighting god components, I will say. He knows where the fighting god armor is. So he can't, but for reasons, and I know it's actually mentioned that he is kind of knows what would happen if he were to wear it. He doesn't know where the technique god is. He has to fight Laplace, so the demon god is not really something he can work with. And I mean, that's part of his big plans, is trying to be able to predict where Laplace will reincarnate so he can deal with him as a baby instead of having to fight him at full power, which will hinder his plans going forward. And let's see. So I know the sword god, I have a feeling he wouldn't align with Orsted just because Galfarian kind of just does his own thing. He just does. He kind of needs to be sufficiently motivated to actually change up what he's doing, and that doesn't happen until much later in the story, and that wouldn't have happened without Rudy's involvement. Basically, most likely, it's a nuanced conversation that I'm sure we'll get there eventually, but. Yeah, I have a feeling that most of the other 7 powers are just people who just wouldn't align with him for various reasons. I have I have played it, but not extensively. I've been meaning to. So I do actually own the original Oblivion. I didn't get the remaster, but one thing I need to do at some point is, and this is true of a lot of games, is I need to actually just get around to just downloading it and just actually giving it a good block of time. Although I will say I will 100% be modding to fix the leveling system, because I know how much that sucked, and that was actually one of the reasons I never stuck with it originally. But yeah, and yeah, I mean there's a lot of discussions about the different great powers and all that, but I don't want to get too deep into it just because so much of that conversation hinges on things that are spoilers for the anime onlys. And as much as I will discuss things when they become relevant, I do still want to avoid spoiling the anime onlys as much as possible, at least until the anime gets to Turning Point 4, because so much opens up after that. And that's just such a cool moment, and I would hate to be the reason that it gets ruined for somebody. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, Sunders, when you're talking about that quest in Oblivion. Again, I don't know the quest you're referring to, but I mean, I know I've seen this kind of thing also, and I feel like it also happens a couple of times, not quite the same, but several times in Skyrim, which that is a game I have played a lot of. Because there's the one house in, I want to say it's Windhelm, where the murderer ends up, is kind of holed up, where you have the murder mystery quest line that kind of ends with that house having all sorts of fucked up shit in it. And then there's the other house in, I can't remember if it was, it was either Markarth or Solitude, where you enter the one house that's Molag Bal, his stuff, where you have get his Daedric artifact. So I mean, it's not like it's a particularly unique trope, but yeah, it's definitely memorable whenever it does show up. Although at the same time, Rudy is exploring this knowing that there's something dangerous about it, like that's something that was disclosed to him. So he's not getting caught off guard by the fact that something's going to try to kill him. He's just caught off guard by what it actually is. I gotta say, I'm glad to live in a world of modern technology, because I feel like if I had to light my way with fire, like that would have just ended so badly at some point. Like I could carry like a match or something like that right now and be fine, but I feel like do it 10,000 times, I feel like one of those I'm gonna end up dropping it.
今日はここに泊まるんだよな。
はいよろしくお願いします。
もうすぐ日が落ちますな。
And like I was saying earlier, how I mentioned that one scene was a great way of showcasing that the three of these people have become pretty good friends, despite the fact that the anime mostly skipped all of that. I do also like how they are just kind of immediately like, yeah, we'll help you clear out this house because you're our friend, and that's just what friends do. So it's another good showcase of the fact that this bond has formed, even though they kind of skipped over the formation of that bond.
例のやつは夜中に現れるという話だ。おそらく何らかの魔物が住み着いているのだろう。街中にいる時点でそれほど強力な魔物ではないと思うが、油断は禁物だ。ジュリが心配ですな。
僕もリーゼが心配だ。
俺だってシルフィーが心配だ。
ザノバ
And that's also just a nice little note where they all have somebody they love that they're thinking of in times of danger. Where, I mean, granted, Zenoba doesn't have the same type of love as the other two because, you know, that's like a father-daughter love. But, you know, it is nice that they also have this connection between all of them.
何でしょうか。
俺この件が片付いたら結婚するんだ。
はい、さっさと終わらせてこの屋敷で盛大に祝いたいものですな。
そのお祝い、ちゃんと僕とリーゼも呼べよ。
当たり前じゃないですか。
Yeah. And I really like that smile from Rudy right there. Like it says so much on its own where, like, just think of all the stuff that's probably going through his head when you think of how his life or how his lives have gone up to this point where, you know, his 20 years of isolation from his past life where everything was just, he just didn't have anything or anyone. And now you think of this moment here where he's surrounded by friends who are excited to spend time with him. They're excited about the future, and he's getting married to somebody he loves. Like that is like something that probably is overwhelming him. Like holy shit, this is everything I ever wanted in life. And I mean, that is also a big part of what his character eventually becomes, where he starts building a family and he really starts to value that side of his life where the things he built mean everything to him. And this is kind of the start of all that really starting to hit him. And I do like that a lot. And I will also say another thing I do like is the camera work for this upcoming sequence is kind of crazy. It actually really does feel like a horror movie, and it does a lot of really cool, interesting things where I always like to point out camera work in animated stuff just because that's something that has so much intentionality to it, because when you're filming something in live action, you always kind of have to be doing something because you have an actual physical camera that you need to work with and a lot of different camera things. While, of course, the art form has grown significantly, people do a lot of stuff with a lot of intentionality in regular live action camera work. But, you know, you always have to do something because of the fact that you have a real camera that you need to use. But in animation, any kind of trickery with the camera or any kind of camera work, because there's no actual camera, that's something you have to preemptively decide, or not preemptively, proactively decide is something you want to do here, and then actually put that into the animation itself. So there's a lot of, whenever you see cool camera work in animation, it's always something that's so deliberate. And when I see cool stuff like this upcoming scene, like I really do appreciate it. I really like it. It's cool as shit. And they're also playing around with colors again, with the light and the dark contrasting. Yeah, like right here, like this is all like a POV shot from the doll's perspective, and that's something that horror movies sometimes do. They have the monster, you see things from his perspective, so it's a way of showing what the monster is doing without showing you the monster itself. And that's another thing horror likes to do is horror a lot of times will let you make up the scary part in your imagination before it actually shows it. That's why they love building up tension, and again, showing the monster's actions without showing the monster brings up that question in the viewer of like, what is going on? What is this thing? What's going to happen? And a lot of times, people's minds are able to come up with scarier things than the actual creatives are able to come up to. So that's why a lot of horror movies play on the fear of the unknown so much. Yeah, I do feel like the creatives in the anime, there were a lot of times where they're just like, hey, I want to try something new. And they come up with almost like an excuse to almost genre shift, where they just do stuff that you wouldn't normally see in a show like this. Yeah, and like in this instance, that's just doing these horror elements where they're really kind of getting almost kind of playful with it by how much they're leaning into it. Where, I mean, there was a little bit of that in the books where a lot of times Rudy Fujin would have Rudy think of things in a particular way and play around it. Like if we're talking about horror, that the introduction to Volume 2, which was the introduction to Eris, he started framing her interactions with him. Like the way he introduced her was that he was running away from a terrifying creature and just narrating him trying to escape a beating from Eris like it was a horror novel. So there was some of that in the books, but I feel like the anime is really leaning into that, and I feel like it's very stylish. And again, just cool little camera tricks like that. I do like them a lot. Yeah, and all these things right here are just it should be pretty obvious, but it's just to show, to reveal information to the viewer without explicitly saying it, while also keeping it hidden from the main cast, which is the fact that the doll is hiding up in the roof, in the ceiling. I do feel like this next thing they're going to do here, I do feel like this is done a little bit clunkily, because, I mean, I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to do, like, it's not really a Chekhov's gun, more like, Chekhov's secret passage, but where they do want to show this to the viewers so they can kind of put it together before the actual stuff gets revealed to the main cast. I don't know, I just feel like it's almost like a little too obvious, because like that just looks like door marks. The secret passage has marked the floor because, heavy door scraped up the floor. The fact that they just don't notice that at all just feels a little off to me, which is why I think this section of the scene feels a little bit clunky. But it's not that big a deal, especially since it comes back so soon. Oh, well, now I'm excited to see him for myself. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, that is something about this series that I'm liking a lot, and I'm seeing more and more of, is they're having a lot of fun with just the stylistic choices they're doing. And it started out with me noticing a lot of the choices with color and lighting and all that stuff. It just seems like the more they move on, and especially once they got to the second half of season 1, they started to lean into a lot of more of the stylistic, like kind of silly beats of the books, where they they kind of view things in a silly way. They'll take little bits of one genre, apply it to Mushoku Tensei in ways that normally wouldn't make sense. They'll borrow from other genres. They'll play around with the cameras and the lighting and all that stuff. They're doing that more and more, and that's something I really do like about Mushoku Tensei. It makes it feel, aside from just the good writing, it makes it feel memorable in its own, almost for its own reasons, as opposed to just because of Rivajine's contributions to creating the story itself. So like it feels like there's like real reasons to watch the anime in addition to reading the books, as opposed to a lot of times adaptations are fun and they can be entertaining, good experiences of their own right, but it almost feels like they're redundant in a sense, where it's like, you know, if you read the superior version, which usually tends to be the source material usually is better than adaptations. Not always, but usually. A lot of times it feels like you can just read the source material and skip the adaptations in many, many cases. Mushoku Tensei feels like it's kind of bucking that trend.
とりあえず荷物を置いた部屋へ戻り襲撃に備えましょう。
音はしたなら敵は来る。あるいはこちらが寝静まるまで様子を見ている可能性もあるが。
まだ潜んでる可能性もある。十分注意してください。
大丈夫そうですな。やはり寝込みを襲ってくると見るべきか。
Yeah, and I also do really like it whenever Rudy takes the staff out of the covering, because I mean I get the in-universe reasons why he keeps it covered, because you don't want to, like, you know, it's like why you don't want to just go walk in the streets with a Rolex on, but it just looks so cool. Yeah, I agree that definitely anybody who watches the anime should also read the books. I think that overall the books are probably a better experience overall, or at least it's definitely better writing, I would say, because the anime does skip over a lot of things that I think are really important, and also excuse me a second. Sorry, I just need to, it's getting a little hot in here. I need to turn the AC on. But yeah, the books also just have a way of doing things that is so interesting. I really like the way everything is kind of filtered through Rudy's view of the world, where like anime only just don't understand just how strange Rudy's brain is, where he just kind of has this constant, almost like jokey view of the world, where he makes all these various connections in his head to things he understands. He tries to interpret things through nerd logic. So a big reason a lot of the magic feels so video gamey is because Rudy sees the magic and interprets it in video game terms. So I mean, I know later isekai like would lean into that, where they would actually make the magic systems actually video gamey. But Rudy, it's less of it being a video game thing and more of him thinking of it that way. And the fact that he just throws all these little references and jokes into his mindset, or that he goes off on these random tangents. It's such an entertaining thing that the anime just can't depict. Like, this is an example I use all the time. I mentioned it in past streams, but when Rudy ends up kind of reuniting with a lot of the Asuran aristocracy later on, I'm not going to say what's going on during that time, because it doesn't really matter to what I'm saying, but you know, there's a time where he meets up again with a lot of the surviving people from like the Boreas Grey Rats and all of that, where he runs into James. And yeah, I agree with you, Thomas, there. But yeah, Rudy ends up running into James, and he remembers his name. And this is something that wasn't super intuitive to me as an American, just because James is a very normal name for me. I've known multiple Jameses throughout my life, but you have to remember, Rifujin and Rudy are Japanese. James is not a common name that Japanese people are going to have run into, except in maybe Western media. Like, if they watch like James Bond, they'll have experienced it. But, you know, they probably don't know very many Jameses in real life. So you know, it being noteworthy that Rudy remembers his name feels weird to me, but it makes sense in context. But the thing that Rudy remembers his name is because he says, "Oh yeah, that's the guy whose name sounds kind of like a train." And then when I read that, I was like, "Ah, that's a weird thing to say." And then I realized, "Oh shit, that's a fucking Thomas the Tank Engine reference." This Japanese isekai just referenced fucking Thomas the Tank Engine. Like, I don't know. I always got like kind of excited whenever I would see a reference that I understood. And even it got to a point where a lot of times in the books, there's so many pop culture references. There are times when I see something, I'm like, oh, that's a reference to something, and I have no idea what it is. Like in the bath scene from Volume 1, when he pulls off Sylphie's underwear, he says in his head, "Come to me, Zenra Pendulum." And I had no idea what that meant. I actually didn't know what it meant until I actually decided to look it up when I was working on my big 5-hour Volume 1 video. And I realized, oh, that's actually a light novel series. It's a reference to a light novel series that just doesn't exist in English. So I'm like, okay, that's a shame. So I'll unless it gets an actual translation, I'll probably never actually understand the reference, but it was immediately identifiable as a reference. And I know another time he references BioShock, which is kind of funny. I think he describes his either describes his magical armor or like a possessed set of armor, and he describes it as a Big Daddy, which I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny. But yeah, stylistically, the books do things that not very many other books do, and it'll give you a completely different view on Rudy as a character. So again, any anime onlys watching the stream right now, the books should be on your to-do list. They're a unique experience. Yeah, that too. There's just so many, you couldn't just list them all off the top of your head. Like, there are a couple of ones that are notable. Like, I think the Thomas the Tank Engine one is very notable, but like, they are just constant. Like, he does them all the fucking time, and I don't think they really do them at all in the anime. So again, it's impossible to explain. Like anime onlys just don't understand just how much he does this shit. It's very funny. And that yeah, and again, more horror stuff, and that definitely is kind of leaning into some of the stylizations of Japanese horror in particular. Like, that kind of looks like something like The Ring, where, you know, again, Japanese horror is a little bit different from Western horror, although Western horror does sometimes borrow from Japanese horror a lot. So it's there's not like a clear distinction between the two, but you know, that definitely looks a little bit more Japanese than Western, which is again interesting because the setting itself is based on medieval Europe. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's just, again, Rudy just flavors everything with his commentary, and it's just different. Where it's kind of like watching like a pro wrestling event, and then like watching it live, and then watching it on TV where you can hear the commentary going on. It's like two fundamentally different experiences. Because okay, I'm going to try to give an example that people will actually understand. You know, back in the 90s, there was a Hell in a Cell match where, you know, they fought in a big metal cage between Undertaker and Mankind. And it's very famous because they climbed up onto the top of the cage. They were fighting, and then Undertaker threw Mankind off of the cage into the announce table. And he actually got pretty seriously hurt from that match. And, you know, it was a crazy, and it's a crazy moment for sure just to watch it. And I imagine, and from what I heard, the crowd was like shocked when that happened. But also, it's so iconic to hear the commentary happening in that match, where you can hear Jim Ross was he's a legendary commentator in pro wrestling. But, you know, at one point he yells, "As God is my witness, he is broken in half." So it again, the commentary just adds so much to the experience, and it's the same kind of thing with Mushoku Tensei, where Rudy's perspective on things just really changes the dynamic of the story. Okay, and I really like how the light doesn't perfectly track the doll's eyes. How it just kind of, makes it has those little smears to it. And I also, that's another really neat decision I like, where I always liked the use of the demon eye in various fight scenes, where they don't forget that it exists, and they showcase it without making it something that's like front and center. And I will say that the way the demon eye works in the anime, it looks kind of pretty much exactly how I imagined it looking when reading the books. So I think that's pretty cool. But the haze and the duplicate, I think, just adds to the horror elements of this scene as well, which I think is pretty cool. Oh, Amir, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, and I also do really like the misdirection where you think that Zenoba is dead, but like, we know that he's perfectly fine. That the doll, while dangerous, just can't do shit to him. And of course, Rudy is just terrified right there. He's freaking out because, he thinks he's watching another person die in front of him, which, has happened a couple times at this point, and he doesn't like that shit. Yeah, that would be kind of like, yeah, ironic, a little bit prophetic, but like, yeah, I mean, Zenoba, he's built different, so. Yeah, that is true. I wouldn't be surprised, because I know Ryufujian was very much involved with the way the anime does things, which is not always the case, like, where the original creators usually don't have as much control as Ryufujian did. But I will say that it's not. The visuals look about how I imagine them. There are some things I wish they did, like during the scene where Rudy fights Eris and he uses his demon eye to beat her in a duel, despite the fact that she's way better than him. And then he immediately fights Ruijerd and gets his ass kicked. I'm still very annoyed that they didn't showcase how Ruijerd actually did it, because that was a really cool scene in the light novels. But it also did a great job showcasing some of the limitations of the demon eye, because it is something that is kind of overpowered, but they kind of also immediately set it up so that despite how powerful it is, it's not something that can't be overcome by a competent fighter. So, like later on, as I'm sure anybody can guess, who, even if you're an anime only, you can probably guess, Rudy's going to just keep encountering more and more powerful people as the series goes on, both as allies and as enemies. But the fact that they set this limitation with the demon eye in the books and made it make sense, which the whole idea is that when Ruijerd went to fight him, he didn't have a set course in mind where he's just said, if you do this one thing, I'll go this way. If you do this other thing, I'll go this way. So Rudy actually saw two possible futures, and he couldn't react to both of them, so he got hit. So it just goes to show that there are ways a good fighter can counter it. So at this point in the anime, it probably still feels like it's something that is really ridiculously overpowered, when I feel like the stage was set a little bit better in the light novels by that scene in particular. So that's why I'm really annoyed that the anime skipped over that bit, because not only is it a cool scene, and it would have been really cool to see it, it's so important to explaining how the demon eye actually works. And actually, come to think of it, it actually sets up a lot of stuff throughout the rest of the series, just about how time works in general, because that becomes relevant eventually, and it kind of sneakily points to the idea that the future isn't set, and that if you can see the future, you can actually change it, and that even your actions do adjust what happens in the future. So, like, that's an important thing that becomes relevant later on. So again, I think they really fumbled by skipping that scene. Yeah, I agree. That's something I mentioned when we watched that on stream. Is that the cut was fucking funny, but I don't think it was worth skipping the scene for.
俺がやるザラバどけお待ちください師匠いいからどけ俺がやるお待ちください師匠お願いします師匠まずは部屋に
I gotta say, the doll kind of just waited until the very last moment to go after them. Granted, it probably also just used up a lot of its energy trying to fight Zenoba right there, but still, you almost think, like, if it took a little bit longer, even if they were people he could have killed, it could have killed. You'd think he might not have actually had the energy to make it back to his, like, recharge dock. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, I did look through my settings on Kick. I can't make them. I can't make it auto ban, but I at least can block the actual advertisements so that they don't happen like that. But yeah, it doesn't actually block the message itself; just blocks the term that I blocked. I wish it would hold the things entirely, but I guess it just doesn't do that. So again, I do apologize for that, but you know. It is what it is.
いや逃げたわけじゃないぞあんな狭い廊下だと邪魔になると思って
そうですねいい判断です
だろ
まあ俺も腰を抜かしたし何も言うまい
Yeah, and that's also another nice little note where Rudy's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna, you know, he got freaked out as well. You know, he's not gonna give Cliff any shit about him also getting freaked out. Because, I mean, we'll say, you know, Cliff, despite being scared, actually did, you know, he stepped up and used his magic, even though it didn't work. Because, you know, that's not actually an undead, so they don't... They had no idea that it wouldn't work, but... So he actually did step up and did that. But also, Rudy's been in that position before where shit is going down in front of him, and he just locks up and doesn't do anything. So, you know, Rudy does actually kind of... He gets it. And that's something that does get reinforced throughout these couple of episodes where, you know, Rudy sees somebody just kind of going through something he's familiar with, and he defaults to kindness about it.
ザナバさっきは助かったけどなお前だってどっかの魔王みたいに不死身じゃないんだから
ですよ師匠
これは人形
師匠素晴らしいですよこれは
ザノバいくらお前が人形好きだからってな
師匠この人形は動いていたんですよ動く人形なんですよ
動く人形
動く人形自動人形オートマタ
I heard about that, ANCAP. Personally, I think that, I mean, there's kind of a couple things going on. There was a period of time where, the speculation is that it's an ad block thing where certain ad block views didn't get counted, or like there was a little bit of a weird interaction with the anti-ad block stuff that YouTube was doing. But the thing that's going around about how you supposedly need to like or subscribe or comment on a video for views to count, I don't think that's actually true. I think that's just a rumor. Yeah, okay, yeah, the ad block stuff, yeah. I don't know if that's still the case. I mean, there's a lot of information that's really up in the air about that, but ultimately, we don't know exactly how that affects things in the back end, because it's one thing if, like, if it's just the number that gets displayed to you is what changes and nothing else changes. If that's the case, then who cares? But if that's not how it is, where it actually affects how the algorithm calculates things, that can be a potential issue. One thing is, while that would be a problem if that's the case, also YouTube is aware that about things like this. They know that if something is fucked, they kind of have to address it. Like, for all YouTube's faults, on the technological side of things, they're usually pretty on top of stuff. At least, okay, I should say at least when there's serious issues, like on a technical level, they can fix it. When it comes to implementing basic features, not always so much. There's still stuff. I'm actually just I can't believe how recently they finally made it so that you can schedule videos to go from members only to public. I'm still waiting on them to to implement things where you can go from members only to a premiere. You still can't do that, that feels like it should be basic functionality. I also feel like they should make the editing tool. There's a lot of changes I would make to the editing tool, like the ability to have multiple edits going have them all process at once. And then, yeah, I mean, I watched Josh Strife Hayes' video about it. So, I mean, even like he has a lot of useful information in that video. Although I do feel like that he's still, a lot of it is speculation just because he doesn't, I mean, again, it's not his fault. He's just operating on what he can see. So, but yeah, it is an interesting thing. But I know there's also a rumor going around that you have to like or comment on a video for your view to count. I'm like 99% sure that's total bullshit, because first of all, my own analytics don't support that theory. So maybe it's true for other people, but I don't think it is. But also, I think I know where that rumor started, because around that time, YouTube actually changed up how shorts views are counted, where it used to be that in order for your shorts views to go up, you would have to either watch a certain amount of it, or like or subscribe or comment or something like that. Either engage with it or watch at least like a certain percentage of it. And the idea was that so if somebody just is scrolling through and scrolls right past your video, that doesn't count as a view. But they ended up adjusting things. Not actually really. They didn't really change much of the back end for that. They just adjusted it so even those views that just you kind of flick through, they made it so those do actually count as part of your public view counts now. It's just that they moved what used to be called views, now they call those engaged views. And any algorithm things are taken from engaged views, which is the exact same way it worked before. They just changed some of the terminology. And the new view count is higher, but it doesn't really do anything aside from just number go up. So they changed that, and then at that point I think somebody saw that and thought that was kind of how things were changing for long form views, and YouTubers just kind of started saying that. And again, I really did try to look into it when I first saw YouTubers saying that, but it seems like everybody is either their source is either another YouTuber or just nothing. So I think people are just misunderstanding a change that happened there. But also, I can't really blame them for it because pushing that rumor is actually like a great way to boost engagement. I can't do it myself because I feel like I would have to lie in order to actually do that. So, yeah, it's a shame. But, you know, I do find this stuff interesting. So I know most of you watching probably do not care since you are not like content creators, but this kind of thing interests me on top of it actually affecting me. Yeah, and okay, and like I was saying before, I know this is kind of a pretty abrupt jump back, but let me actually have that. Yeah, this line right here. You know, where Rudy kind of goes on these series of tangents where he thinks of something and then goes, "Oh, this connects to that, then that connects to that, and this connects to something horny." Essentially, like it goes from, again, the fact that he has a moving doll that goes to mecha maids, which this is the exact kind of thing that happens all the fucking time in the books. So, you know, it's just a one-off joke here, but that is how Rudy's brain works. Like there is even in volume 1, I'm remembering a scene where he's learning he's trying to figure out magic on his own. He's trying to conjure his early water balls, where he just kind of focuses his brain on water. He's trying to just really just lock in on that. So he goes, water, water, wet, wetness, wet, wet panties. Oh shit, I got off track there. And then he goes back. So yeah, this feels like a line from the books. So I'm very happy to see this kind of thing.
動く人形、自動人形、オートマタ、メイドロボ。あばば。
確かにすごいな。
師匠、ようやく気づかれましたか。
さすがだな。ザラバの人形を見る目はすでに俺を超えている。
要は一目でこれが人形だと気づきましたよ。
ここに動く人形がいるということは、仕組みさえ分かれば俺たちでも作れるかもしれない。こいつは木星のようだが、もし
And I mean, and I know that's at this point it's just kind of looks like just a cool little thing that they're throwing into the story, but I do like how this moment really sets up so much of what comes to the future, how they basically revolutionize their understanding of magic by studying this doll and seeing how the magic circles all interact with one another, like especially the core idea of, you know, going magic circles having 3 dimensions and also magic circles affecting one another and working together to form a coherent whole, whereas none of them individually would actually really do anything. And again, that's another way it kind of ties to programming, where a lot of times individual components of a program don't actually do anything on their own. It's only when they all come together that they actually do stuff. And we also can't forget that in this world, while magic is very much like computer programming, specifically magic circles are like computer programming, though regular magic is to an extent as well. But they can't really test it the same way you can a computer program, where so one of the things you do with programming is to test stuff is a big part of programming is having it have the right calculations and variables, and just it needs to have the right thing handy. So you, like when you need to know when this thing happens, then you need to look at what this variable is. And part of the way you test that is by then having it write out essentially in the little, there's a little developer console where you can have it, the program write information onto there, have it say, okay, at this point, write that information into that variable into the developer log, or the console developer console, the console log. And that way you can test that that portion of the script is actually working. So you can actually see that, oh, okay, it pulled the correct information from the thing, it did the calculations correctly, so it's working with the correct number. So you can't really do that with magic, or at least if you can, they don't figure it out. So that's one big key difference, but it's pretty cool.
シリコン素材のようなフィギュアでも動かせるのなら夢が広がる。
ザラバどうしましょう。胸がドキドキしてきましたよ。
師匠、予防です。涙が出てきそうですよ。
おい、お前らいい加減にしろ。そんなこと言ってる場合じゃないだろうが。
そんな。
Another thing, I mean, it's not completely relevant to Zenoba carrying Cliff like this, but also another great face. Mushoku Tensei faces are always peak, but I'm completely blanking on what I was about to say. I do say I really do like how among the group, while Rudy is like kind of the resident magical expert, he's definitely the best practical mage of the group, and definitely has the strongest intuitive understanding of mana flow. I actually do like that, how among the friend group he becomes like the least knowledgeable on the technical and practical and the theoretical side of magic. So I mean, Cliff is, you know, he's just a very academic person in general. Nanohoshi's been studying the technical side of magic because that's the only thing she could actually interact with. And Zenoba gains a very deep understanding through his study of the doll. And Rudy never really is able to follow what the fuck they're all doing. And he essentially becomes the ideas guy when it comes to their study of magical circles, where he says, can you make a circle or an implement that does this? And they say, oh yeah, here's how we can figure it out and do it. So I do like that despite Rudy being probably the best mage there, he ends up being like the least knowledgeable about the actual workings of magic. It's a nice bit of contrast there. And a good way to have everybody have their own intellectual contributions to the group dynamic. And yeah, and I will kind of agree with the jump scare thing. I'm not the biggest jump scare fan myself, although I think a big reason for that is they tend to be used as a substitute for actual good horror writing. So I don't know. And also just in general, I don't know. I that spike of adrenaline that when you get scared like that, like jump scared, I've never really liked that. It's actually also another reason I really hate the sensation of falling, because the feeling has that spike of adrenaline, and I find that to be an unpleasant experience. Once you already got the adrenaline going through you, then you're feeling okay, but that spike of adrenaline does not feel good to me. Okay. I find it hilarious that Rudy is just like, hey, dude, just let go of him, and he just doesn't even react to any of the stuff that's going on. I also think it's actually an interesting showcase of Zenoba's character as well, because you can tell he's very angry. You know, he's lifting Cliff by his face, but despite how angry he is and how it's making him have a physical reaction to it, he's also still controlled enough to not seriously hurt him. Where, you know, he does hurt him a little bit, but like, you know, if he was really out of control, he could have just accidentally crushed Cliff's head pretty easily there. So it just goes to show that Zenoba actually has a surprising amount of control over himself, despite everything. Despite the fact that he is, you know, a little unhinged.
クリフ先輩の言うことはもっともです。おそらくこの人形が悪霊の正体でしょう。一体とは限りません。探して捕まえましょう。もしかすると人形の設計図などが見つかるかもしれませんしね。
And again, it's just funny seeing them going off on their own conversation while Cliff's just casually having to heal his face.
この人形がどこにいたのか徹底的に突き止めましょう。
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, while I do think the reveal of these little scratch marks was kind of clunky, just because it was done in a way that it felt like these guys should have seen it, it comes back so quickly that I don't think it really has that much of a negative impact on the episode as a whole.
おそらくこの先に部屋があります。ザナバ、ここを押してみてくれ。
承知しました。
やっぱり隠し扉か。クリフ先輩、この台座が何かわかりますか？
いや、初めて見るな。
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if the anime ever goes into it. I don't think it does at least these coming episodes, but I do like how that's basically a like a recharging dock. So, you know, it's neat. It's a lot of what I think is kind of cool about how they use magic later on is they essentially take these real world technological things and find magical ways of doing them. And this is just kind of an example of that, even though it's not done by Rudy and his party.
何か見つけたか？
ええ、これを。
人形のことが書いてあるように見えますな。
図だけなら魔道具。
I actually really like those little diagrams. I think they're cool as shit.
最近魔道具について調べているんだが、似たような魔法陣を見たことがある。
なるほど。
この部屋の主はあの人形を研究していたのだろう。人形にはガードマン的な役割を担わせていたのだと思う。惨殺された人物は運悪く侵入者と認識されたということか。
I mean, I do have to say, having that kind of security system, like the type that just kills intruders, seems like it's just kind of asking for trouble. Like, it's like those people who like booby trap their homes. Like, it never seems to actually end well for them. Or if it does, even if it doesn't actually do something, it's just somebody at some point has reason to enter their home, and you know, they just casually just just hit by a shotgun that they just kind of have attached to the door frame. So I don't know. It seems like, granted, he could just be the creator of this could have just been like a crazy genius. So that's very honestly that's probably pretty likely.
研究成果が残っているということは部屋の主は事故で死んだ可能性が高い。
何にせよ人形はあの一体だけだったようです。
はい、これにて一件落着というわけだ。
クリス先輩、ザナバ、今回は手伝ってもらってありがとうございます。
気にするなよ。僕とお前の仲だろ。それより地下室にあったものはどうする？
ひとまず空いている研究室を借りてそこで研究しましょうか。
師匠。
And I also really like this little speech that Zenoba gives right here because, like, I feel like this is like a turning point in who he is as a character. Whereas he's been growing up until this point, but now he's just like has a real purpose in mind. Like his passion has led him to this, and it's very nice to see. And, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, call him Mad Chaos. That seems like a reasonable thing. I mean, even in the real world, a lot of times the smartest people, the geniuses, tend to be a little off in the head. Like, Nikola Tesla was like decades ahead of his time in terms of machinery, and he was just, he was a nervous wreck basically. Isaac Newton was a similar way, and he created calculus because he was like, I can't explain the thoughts in my head, so he comes up with a new branch of math to explain himself. But like, yeah, so again, the biggest geniuses tend to be a little crazy. And the way they describe it is, the guy who created this doll he had such an advanced understanding of magic circles that like he had to have been a genius to even comprehend, even conceptualize it. So somebody at that level of smart is probably a little crazy.
どうしたんだよ、急に。
世は魔力総量も少なく、手先も不器用です。樹里のためにと作り始めた石竜の人形も師匠の足を引っ張るばかりで、土として作業が進みません。
And that is I actually do really like almost the tragic irony of Zenoba's situation, where the thing that makes people revere him in a sense, his blessing, the fact that he's so super strong and resilient, is the thing that has caused him the most grief in his life, that holds him back from the things he loves. Where even when he was young, he accidentally killed his brother with his strength, and that's something that sticks with him. He named Julie after his dead brother. And as he developed an interest in dolls and through Rudy figurines, and he became interested in craftsmanship, but his strength leaves him incapable of really engaging with it in that sense. So, yeah, Zenoba is just one of those characters. They add more to him than would appear on the surface.
式の解析には少々時間がかかるやもしれません。すべてを師匠が行われた方が研究は早く進むやもしれません。
And even so, and because of all these things, the fact that his blessing holds him back in the very areas he wants to succeed in, he actually also does have some self-esteem issues of his own. But Rudy, I mean, Rudy tells him go ahead and do the study, but and we'll see that Zenoba ends up being like a really smart person himself. So he actually does, despite having the brawn, he ends up also being way more adept in the intellectual side of things than he gives himself credit for.
研究中に人形がまた暴れたらどうするんだ？
多少暴れられても世なら問題ない。
それはそうだろうな。
Oh yeah, that is also true. I'm not gonna expand on that just because spoilers. I don't want to spoil the anime onlys, but yeah, a lot of stuff that happened in that scenario are, it's not good.
お願いします、師匠。師匠の計画が成就した時、世は金を出しただけだったという結果に終わりたくはないのです。どうかこの研究を世にお任せください。
ザノバ、お前に任せるよ。
本当ですか？
でも隠れて研究されていたくらいだから気をつけてな。
ありがとうございます。
管理だけはしっかりしてくれよ。
Yeah, and I think this is also one of those moments where Rudy just he sees how important this is to him. And not that he had any reason to deny him before, but like part of him he sees that and he's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna stand in his way in that regard.
大学でお化け騒ぎとか僕は嫌だからな。
思わぬ収穫もあったが、これで夢のマイホームだ。
It is kind of funny how Cliff's like, oh yeah, I don't want a ghost to start spreading panic. He's a little more concerned about spreading panic than the fact that it would just start murdering people. But, you know, I don't know. I'm probably looking into it a little bit too much. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not just Zenoba, really. A big theme of Mushoku Tensei as a whole is that Rudy, one of the things he needs to learn is that he can rely on the people around him. Like, most of the people who end up being staples in his life, like he really does owe a lot to all of them, where he just wouldn't be the man that he grows into without the people around him. And that's one of the things I like about the story is that as powerful as Rudy gets, a lot of times his greatest asset is his allies and his family and his loved ones, his friends. Like, I mean, Zenoba is far from unique in that regard, where it is ultimately, I mean, it's a nice character development where, you know, Rudy goes from being isolated to just having strength through human connection. Yeah, exactly. They also feel like they owe him. That's a common theme. We'll see that be, you know, reinforced pretty heavily with Sylphie in these coming episodes. But yeah, it's one of those things, like that's kind of how like a really close friendship ends up being, where it's like each person values the other for what they do. Yeah, I would have to go with Zenoba probably, but I mean it's tough to pick between the two just because you know, they both have their own unique contributions to the group dynamic. And also, I think Cliff probably is at a bit of a disadvantage just because he has a lot of his energy, his human connection energy is focused on Elinalise, when, well, Zenoba does have Julie and Ginger. He's able to kind of build that peer connection with Rudy a little bit more than Cliff, just because he doesn't have that split focus. Yeah, and I will say that again. While Luke and Rudy never really become friends, Luke really he was a bro in that moment. He definitely, I mean, he was mostly doing it for Sylphie, but like he was, he really. I mentioned it last week, but like that was a surprisingly huge sacrifice from him. Because it's what, when, let me think. I'm trying to do like quick math, because I think Ariel said that her discretionary spending is 4 gold coins a month, which is a lot, but actually less than I would have expected, since I think that was I think either 2 coins or 4 coins was Ghislaine's salary for being Sword King for the Boreas Grey Rats. But so yeah, Ariel gets 4 gold coins a month, where he and the aphrodisiac was worth, I think it was 100 gold coins. So let's see. So 4 times 12 is 48. So yeah, that's like 2 years of Ariel's discretionary spending, which is crazy. Yeah. So okay. So yeah, 2 years of Ariel's discretionary spending and 4 years of Ghislaine's salary. That's how much that aphrodisiac was worth, and he just gave it up. So like that's pretty crazy. Yeah, Soldat's also good, but like, you know, he served a cameo role ultimately. Yeah, I mean that's again part of the whole thing with Rudy, is that he is at his best when he's able to rely on the people around him as opposed to just trying to figure everything out on his own.
レディが見せたいものって何かな？すごい楽しみだよ。 棒読みだなシルフィー。もしかして君こっそり情報収集とかして事前に知ってるのではないかね。何のこと？
Yeah, and Sylphie,
わからないよ。
I do like how they're showing a lot of them, you know, not just being like really loving with one another, which is always adorable regardless, having those big moments that they had in the last couple episodes, but you know, the fact that, you know, they're just being, you know, they're just bantering with one another, being a little silly together, you know, showing that on top of being lovers, they're still friends from all those years back and from the past year that when, you know, admittedly Rudy did think she was somebody else, but you know, still. Yeah, that's also true. They did skip the shrine, but I don't know. That's why I have a feeling that the whole worship thing is going to be just played off as a joke in the anime, and they're going to skip all the like the cool character work that goes into it, but that's what I'm expecting. Hopefully I will be pleasantly surprised. Yeah, that is true. They did skip the reconstruction of the house. I'm actually kind of okay with that. I don't think it was super necessary. And just seeing the contrast between the old dilapidated house and this, and when they're coming back and seeing this completely fixed up house. I mean, it's not completely renovated yet, but it's largely fixed up. You know, it tells all that really, it gives all the important information just in those few shots like that, as opposed to, you know, early in season 2 where they skipped through a lot of time and it didn't feel like they skipped through a lot of time. So, you know, they're kind of fixing the problems they had earlier in the season. Yeah, that is true. The shrine did matter, but again, I do think they're probably going to be making it to be just a comedic element. So, as opposed to the funny but serious thing that it is in the books. Although, I mean, there's another moment I'm kind of imagining would be pretty funny where I imagine the anime might skip this just because it was something that didn't really matter a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. But it was funny when later on in the series, Rudy's on a mission for his big ally. I'm not going to give any spoilers as to who that is, but he ends up rescuing the villager girl, and she's like develops a crush on him. He's like really interested in him, wants to get with him, and he's just like, oh shit, I can't let that happen. I am married. I don't remember if he that was that was after Eris returned. So yeah, he's like, I have 3 women in my life that I love. I will not betray any of them. So he just uses the panties to fucking cock block himself, where he just pulls them out and acts really creepy to them, and then she just completely like backs away. I thought that was very funny. I imagine the anime is gonna skip that scene, but it was so fucking funny. But also it was good character work because it shows that Rudy, he was despite being a horny motherfucker, he uses that in a way where he's loyal to the people he loves, and he's like, yeah, because even though he basically had a green light, he did everything he could to turn away from that.
屋根の色はシルフィーの昔の髪の色に近いものにしたんだ。シルフィーは嫌かもしれないけど、俺は結構好きだったからさ。そうだね。
Yeah, and that's another really that is another cute little dynamic between Rudy and Sylphie, where, I mean, I will say, I get the reasons that they had her change her hair color. Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that, but I do actually, I also really liked the green hair. I thought it was a good, first of all, I think the color just balances out between the 3 wives a little bit better with green than with white. But, also it added a nice little dynamic of that was something that Rudy thought was very pretty, even though Sylphie absolutely hated it. And I know it was just another way of flavoring their dynamic where, even the aspects of her she views as a negative are things that Rudy loves about her. And, I feel like that could have really played more into their adult dynamic as well. But I also kind of get why it makes sense as almost like it's a reminder of those past selves. And yeah, that's also true. Yeah, that also has its own thematic realities there, where they have that connection with the white hair afterwards, and also I think just in universe lore, like story wise, plot wise, it makes sense also to have Sylphie's hair be white, because I think just having green hair could have caused problems while she was Ariel's bodyguard. So, I mean, granted, they could have just written the story differently, but yeah, it makes sense as to why her hair is white. But still, I think that the green could have been interesting.
さあさあどうぞ中の本を見てください
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't remember too many details about that, so I'm not going to comment on that. But yeah, I also do like this series of events of him bringing Sylphie into this new home, because I mean, you wouldn't necessarily know it, but this is kind of setting things for how they are for the rest of the story, where up until this point, the story has kind of been nomadic, where Rudy never really stays in the same place for all that long, both for, just normal reasons and for just the story fucking things up, where, he spends his first 7 years in Buena Village, then gets shipped off to the Boreas Grey Rats, then gets teleported to the Demon Continent, wanders halfway across the world to get back to here, and then goes to the university, where he's presumably then going to go on again to find Zenith. But then he falls in love with Sylphie, builds something with her, and he's like, I'm going to plant my roots because that is what is important. And even though they still do go around the world throughout the rest of the series, this is always where they return to for the rest of the story. So this is like a big turning point in the story itself. And yeah, thank you for saying that, ANCAP. Yeah, if you guys do want to help out, hitting the like button does actually do a lot, but just being here is more than enough as well. But yeah, I like how it's not super obvious at the moment, but this really is just like an important moment in the story as a whole, because this is just where things are anchored from here on out. And again, well, it also is, it works as it being such a big house, because even though it's just Rudy and Sylphie for now, even by the end of these couple episodes, the family already starts to grow with, we'll see Norn and Aisha coming back, and also, of course, Rudy gets 2 more wives. He ends up taking in Lilia and Zenith, and Linnea basically becomes the family pet, and he has children, and so the house starts to slowly get filled with more and more people, and it's always a very nice seeing how it starts right here. And I also do like the decision here to just show them, and even though they're having conversations, not to actually show what they're saying. Yeah, I agree. That's pretty much what I was trying to say. I agree. I like what the house ends up becoming as things grow. Again, it starts out with just, a dilapidated, empty, huge home, and they make, well, a house, basically, not necessarily a home. They ultimately make it a home, and then Rudy fills it with people he loves, and that's it's a very heartwarming thing. Yeah, just going from just the 2 of them to a bustling household filled with, what is it, something like 15, 20 people by the end of the series, and even then it only keeps going up more and more because Rudy just kind of keeps having kids. Yeah, that's also you're also right about that, Thomas. Yeah, I mean, I will say a lot of the hypotheticals do just feel wrong. I think it's just because they don't have the same kind of build up. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Excuse me. It looks like YouTube might have caught the stuff in the live stream. So I'm just trying to make sure that it okay, so I think I'm temporarily going to throw that old filter back up. Do I still I think I still have it. I don't think I actually removed it as a source. Yeah. So I do apologize for that, but I am getting a bit of a oh, excuse me.
シルフィーは俺に大切なものを取り戻させ
Let me see. Okay, looks like that fixed it. Okay. I'm trying to see. So I think for the time being, I'm going to keep the filter up. Because unfortunately that, yeah. Well, thank you for welcoming me back. But, okay, so I have been able to avoid that stuff up until now. I don't... Okay, I'm going to see at least until the end of this episode. And sorry, I just have this up just to avoid things. I think the filter should actually be fine up and to prevent the automatic copyright blocks. So because this is the first time that's happened, I'm gonna see. It might just be that this episode happens to have a lot of attention on it, because that is actually something I've noticed in behind the scenes, is that the what do you call it? The certain episodes get caught more than others. So I'm gonna... No, it's not. It wasn't a manual thing. It was it was a system thing. The system automatically detected it and blocked it. That is a thing that can happen. I've seen that happen with music before. I knew it could happen with video. Usually, it doesn't catch stuff too much until it processes after the fact. So, I mean, that's why I always add the blur on the VODs, because the system usually doesn't catch it while I'm live, but it always catches it once it fully processes. So, and ultimately I found that the combination of the blur and the reverb does actually fix things. But I'm going to keep the filter up for the episode. And then once the episode is done, I'll take the filter back off, see if it can work like that. Because again, this is the first time it's happened, so this might be a one-off. I do apologize for that, but we will see about fixing that later. And I will say, like, I am worried about stuff like this happening when I do go on my streams later, either this week or next week, when I start actually going to remake that Anime Men video. But that's why I'm also going to record it separately. I'm actually going to be recording the streams, as not just streaming them. So. Okay, I'm gonna keep my eyes on what is on the stream itself. So let me just Sorry, I'm just adjusting things on my end so that stuff that was blocked does not stay blocked. I got stuff that is overlaid on top of other stuff. I want to make sure I have certain parts of my screen visible to me. Okay.
自分の体を使って。しかもシルフィーは初めてで、俺は乱暴だった。さぞ怖かっただろう。というのに、そうした素振りは全く。
Yeah, and this moment is a just another interesting way of just showcasing Rudy's thought process, where he just feels like Sylphie being with him was like a negative for her, even though it really wasn't. Like, you know, she wanted it just as much as he did, but he's like, no, she, you know, it must have been just a bad experience for her when it just wasn't. And again, Thomas, it wasn't it wasn't that somebody reported the stream. It was that the system just detected it. Which, again, that's it's basically Content ID, but like use the same kind of thing as Content ID. Usually it can't detect video as well as that, but today it just did. Well, again, I'm thinking there's a good chance it's a one-off, and this just might something that's scanned a little bit harder than most. Again, we'll try it later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
そのおかげで俺は力を取り戻すことができたのだ。シルフィーがダメと言うなら誰がいいというのだ。
僕に妻になる資格なんて。
And again, like I was saying earlier, it's like the two of them both have this idea that both of them aren't worthy of the other. And there are instances where this does kind of mirror Rudy and Eris, and there are some other direct parallels that'll be shown with them as well. But again, it's like both of them have this idea of this low self-worth where like they view the other as so much better than them, something they are indebted to, something that they really need to feel like they need to push themselves further and further so that they can earn the other's love. It's like it's almost a little tragic, but it's also very cute because they're both still like just devoted to each other. It's very wholesome ultimately, but it also ends up being showcasing essentially a more healthy version of how, like almost like what if Rudy and Eris ended up on a healthier note where, you know, at one point Sylphie just straight up says like don't disappear on me and then Rudy like immediately like latches onto that because he noticed like shit that happening to me. I know what that feels like. I will never do that to her. And it's also funny because I feel like what Rudy does right there, getting so like aggressive about how much he cares for her, like saying like stopping her thought process in her tracks, is like kind of exactly the thing she needed at that moment. Okay, and I will say, actually, one thing I'm thinking, it might actually be the music that ended up getting it caught, just because the fact that the music isn't as affected by reverb as dialogue is. So again, once this episode is done, I'll take the filter back off, see if it works. Okay. Yeah. And again, that kind of reinforces what I was saying. As much as this is like a cute, wholesome moment between the two of them, where he's like, we're just setting things up for how the future is going to be, he's also in his mind kind of going over the mistakes that were made with Eris and saying, you know what? If we have a problem, we need to talk it out. Communication is how it goes. Because, I mean, let's be real. The past couple of years and Rudy's like biggest trauma so far was the result of a lack of communication. So I like how he has become cognizant of that. And he's just like, I'm going to make sure this gets fixed ahead of time. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. Don't disappear on me. And like that's one of the things where Rudy just he knows what that feels like. So he like that hits him way harder than Sylphie thinks it would.
突然いなくなったりしない約束だ約束
Yeah. Very cute. Again, as I've said before, I am in fact a Sylphie supremacist, so that was this just tickles me. Okay, so let's take the filter off, see if it works now. Hopefully it will. Hasn't been an issue up until this point.
完了して1週間この世界では結婚して家を手に入れたら親しい人を招待して食事を振る舞うのが常識だそうだ
And I actually do have other possible solutions. Not ideal ones, but ones that should actually do okay if this doesn't actually work. Because, I don't know, I can be a sneaky guy.
いわゆる披露宴だ
というわけで我々の知り合いを呼んでパーティーを開くはい俺の方はエリナリーゼザノ
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that I think the filter completely destroys the stream or anything, but I'd still rather not have it if I can help it. Yeah. I will say Roxy has the least, like, immediate appeal. I actually really like her as a character. I like what they do with her. And actually, from working on my Volume 1 video, I came to a very deep appreciation of how she's written. But I will say she does have the less... she is lacking in the sense of having that visceral, almost like waifu feel to her. Like Eris and Sylphie have in their own ways. But I also think that Roxy serves a very, very important role as far as balancing out the overall dynamic. As I said in the past, I believe that the way Rudy's wives kind of work as part of the story is that they each serve as like a pillar of things he needs to learn, where Sylphie is the emotional side, Eris is the take action side, and Roxy is the intellectual side of things. Where, yeah. I do find that interesting. I don't understand why Roxy is as visceral, as popular as she is. Not that I think she doesn't, like, deserve her fans, but I do think, again, she doesn't have the things that people would normally be drawn to as a character. Again, I think she's very, very well written, but that's the kind of thing that needs, I think, a little more attention to really flourish. But that's just me. Yeah, and I agree. The series face is adorable, but yeah. But I mean, ultimately, like Roxy, one thing I really like about Roxy, I really hope they adapt the hat scene, the scene where she gets a new hat, because I think that just kind of brings together so much of her character arc. The fact that, like, you know, she always felt excluded, and then that is the moment she finally felt completely and totally accepted without conditions, like unconditionally accepted by the people around her. Like, that's such an important moment. I know a lot of people don't like that moment. Like, they find that scene boring. I think it is one of the most important scenes for her overall. So I really hope they do adapt that, because I think it was great. So, but yeah, I do like Roxy, but I am ultimately a Sylphie supremacist.
ジュリクリフ先輩リニアブルセナバーディ陛下ジーナス教頭ゾルダートシルフィーはアリエル様ルーク従者2人
パウロたちも呼びたかったが距離的にしょうがない結婚したという手紙は出しておいたがさて届くのはいつになるのやら
あれ七星さん忘れてるよあいつは参加すんのかねきっと来るよ
And I also do like how the dynamic has evolved even more to where Sylphie kind of understands that Rudy's not interested in Nanohoshi, and now she, instead of feeling jealous of her, she's like, hey, invite her. She's like, have her come celebrate with us. So, you know, that barrier is kind of broken down. I mean, I will say that Sylphie very much... So, I've said this before, and, you know, as Rudy Fujin himself has said this, that Mushoku Tensei takes a lot of inspiration from the Rance games, and I feel like Sylphie just has to have a lot of her personality taken from Syl, which is which is Rance's slave in the Rance games, and like she's basically like the quintessential wholesome, like again, like the one who's really nice and kind and caring and just adorable all the time. That feels like a very Syl-esque mannerism from her. The idea, where one thing about Syl is that she is also very, very forgiving, very quick to move past any adversity, any difficulties she has with another person, and yeah, I mean, I won't say she's, yeah, I get what you're saying, Thomas. I'm not saying she's necessarily not jealous of Nanohoshi, but she no longer views her as like a proper rival like she used to. Like she no longer has that aversion to her where she got the guy. So now the thing that she was worried about did not come to pass. So she's like more accepting of her. But yeah, but overall, like Syl is the kind of character who, like, a lot of people try to do like really bad shit to her, and she just forgives them almost immediately. So it feels like Sylphie is kind of taking beats from that. So, I mean, obviously this is to a much lesser degree. Nanohoshi didn't really do anything bad to Sylphie, so there's not that much to actually forgive, but I don't know, it definitely feels Syl-like. And since there is an actual confirmed inspiration from Rance to Mushoku Tensei, I think my opinions hold weight. I mean, in the past, I've gone on like a whole thing just kind of trying to figure out which characters were influenced by which other characters. And one of the things I landed on was I do think Sylphie is inspired by Syl.
とりあえず呼んでおくか。しかし準備するだけして誰も来なかったらどうしような。
少なくともアリエル様とザノバ君が絶対来るよ。それにリニアとプルセナも来るんじゃないかな。従属って格上からの誘いは断らないし。
まあクリフ先輩も呼べって言ってたから来るか。
僕としてはエリナリーゼさんは来てほしいかな。
Yeah, this is another one of those instances where they set something up. They're not too subtle about it. I don't think it's as clunky as the hidden passage was in the previous episode, but they just kind of drop it there where you can very easily see that something else is going on there, even though, but then that question gets resolved so quickly that a tiny bit of awkwardness doesn't really matter.
ちょっと聞きたいことがあるんだ。大したことじゃないんだけどね。
エリナ・リーゼ、何かあるんだろうか。あまり二人が喋るところは見たことないが。
Oh yeah, yep, I know I did. Sorry, I did initially record it so we could watch it here, but I'm not even gonna risk that just because of the copyright issues we were having earlier. So I'm just skipping over it. It's nothing too important anyway, so.
さて、10人以上も客が来るとなれば相応の準備が必要である。そのためまずは買い出しだ。
食材の前にルディの服を買いたいんだけど。
そうだな。愛着はあるけど少々みすぼらしい。
And I will say, it does look like the copyright thing was just a one-off, so okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't engage in the waifu thing in the traditional sense, but I do definitely find characters that I kind of like as far as the love interests go. Part of it is because I'm a big visual novel guy. I became a weeb through visual novels, which is actually very unusual for a Western weeb. But when it comes to things like this, so in visual novels, a lot of times they are romance stories where you're going from the main character's POV, and you have a romance story with the various characters in the story, and usually you do end up developing a favorite. So I come to it from kind of that perspective. Yeah. Yeah, but I also agree with you, Thomas. I think that was also a good, a very humanizing moment for Roxy, even though she ironically isn't even a human. And yeah. Yeah, and that's also true, Alan, that Sylphie is one of those people who's very, very observant, very able to read people, very, like, just exceptionally well. Again, she's like the empath of the family unit, so her being able to figure these things out is completely within her character.
じゃあ服屋に行こうか。シルフィー好みにコーディネートしてくれ。
任せて。こちらの人に魔術師用のローブを見せていただけますか？
かしこまりました。お客様の得意系統をお聞きしてもよろしいですか？
一応
I also like this scene just because it's another one of those moments where I think the creatives were just like, we have an opportunity to do things that are just not going to fit anywhere else. So they give Rudy some just ridiculous clothing until they settle on, you know, the more or less what we're used to.
水と土になりますかね。
でしたらこちらなどは
Yeah, like just imagine the rest of the series with Rudy in this like bedazzled bathrobe. Like, it's funny to imagine, and I definitely feel like the artists were just like, yeah, we have an opportunity to have silly things like this.
いかがでしょうか。土系統でしたらこちらもいいでしょう。
シルフィーはどんなのがいいと思う？
これなんかいいんじゃないかな。ルディの今持ってるのに近い感じで。
そちらはマタイリクラッキーラットの皮より作られたものでございます。
And I also do kind of like the idea of he has this expensive new outfit from the Demon Continent, because, you know, let's not forget he'd spent a year and a half in the Demon Continent exploring there, where he probably could have basically found the materials for that himself, and a lot of it is actually just the importation that probably drives up the price. So I don't know, that is a funny little thing, adds a little bit to the world building overall. But also, you know, Rudy is the kind of person where he is, you know, he's still basically living on his savings from his time as an adventurer. So he's like doing perfectly fine, and he could always make more money whenever he wants to, because adventuring. Yeah.
デザインはカズラ、毒屋さんに強い耐性がございます。
名は体を表すっていうし、これにするかな。
はい、衣類の値段じゃないの来ました。いやー、さすがマタイリクの素材はお高い。
名は太陽とおっし
Yeah,
ゃいました。
I mean, I gotta say, I find it funny that they do show the price tag, and you know, it's a human tongue number, so you don't actually know how much that costs. It's kind of funny, because I mean, I will say actually, let me go back. That might actually be.
出たものでございます。デザインはカズラ、毒屋さんに
I do want to
強い
see
耐性がございます。
what that
名
number
は体を表
is,
すっていう
because
し、これにするかな。
I might have been about to say something stupid. Okay, no, I was not. Okay. So yeah, that's definitely a human tongue number, so it's not like a real number. So we don't actually know how much that costs, because I was initially thinking that might be a go in Japanese, but it's not. So okay. Yep. I mean, I always found the linguistic side of things pretty interesting, how they occasionally just remind you that they're not actually speaking Japanese.
はい、衣類の値段じゃないの来ました。いやー、さすがマタイリクの素材はお高い。
名は太陽とおっしゃいましたが、失礼ですがお名前を伺っても。
はい、ルーデウス・グレイラットと申します。
なんとグレーラット家のお方でしたか。ルーク様には大変ごひいきにしていただいております。
That is another element I do like, that while Rudy has been really building his reputation, and even later in the story, he gets a reputation among like a lot of the really powerful, like the big forces in the world, where he, you know, he just, the people who, a lot of people end up knowing who he is, but I still like how the people who are actively involved in the noble and aristocratic power struggles, they have more influence in that area of the world, where, you know, Rudy has done a lot to make himself known, but when he says his name, he's like, oh yeah, I know you must be related to Luke Greyrat, which, again, I think that's another interesting little thing. And Thomas, I do not know, because I just don't remember. Actually, come to think of it, I'm not 100% sure on this. I do think he basically just does like tally marks essentially when he's in the Beast Village. I don't think he actually does like real writing there.
お安くさせていただきます。
And let's not forget that it is a common trope for prisoners to use tally marks or some other similar, like a Japanese mark off, something like that, to measure time. That's just a common trope of seeing somebody's inside a prison cell just covered in tally marks. Like, so they were probably playing off of that. Although I will say that one thing I do think, if I ever develop the motivation, I would actually be kind of interested to seeing how consistent the written characters in this series are, because they did basically create fragments of languages for the anime, because while there were canonically all these different languages in the books, they don't actually really say much in those languages like they do in the anime. So I'm actually curious to see if they actually connect the way that they could. It doesn't really hurt that much, but yeah. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I also feel like tally marks are the kind of things that can very well transcend language, because I mean, if you think about tally marks in English, they kind of work like, or at least tally marks that I've known. Maybe in other countries they do it a little differently, but I've always viewed them like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that's how you do groups of 5, and that's how you tally things up. There is nothing inherently English about this. It's literally just counting the number of lines you make. So I mean, it's the stuff they do in Japan. It's probably just because that's just how that area of the world happened to develop those customs, or those conventions is probably the better word to use. But yeah, so I mean, I don't think there's anything inherently tied to one language or another. But so I wouldn't be surprised if there's no specific human tongue tally mark, and it might just be any. I mean, for all we know, there might not even be a standardized set of tally marks. Yeah. Okay, yeah, again, it's just going to be kind of what that section of the world develops independently. And I do feel like it's not tied to a language specifically, but just to what people are doing in that area of the world. I mean, because even though, even if you look at the Japanese versus the Western tally marks, despite the fact that the written languages are so fundamentally different, they don't look anything alike. It still is ultimately just a couple of lines, so you can, just count the number of lines that you make. Like, it's the same core concept across cultures. I find this line really funny in hindsight for a couple reasons. For starters, there's the fact that the jobs that Rudy is capable of taking that would more than pay for his lifestyle, he's more than capable of handling them, even solo. It's even easier if he joins a group. So he's not really risking his life, especially if you consider the fact that Renoa is not as dangerous as other places he has been and will be. So, he's not at a severe risk to his own life at this point. But also, later in the story, he does start going on these really dangerous missions, like way more dangerous than he's been accustomed to up to this point. So it's funny seeing his aversion to stuff like this now, when we know that later on he's going to be taking on stuff that he can't even, comprehend at this point.
ルディ安心して、僕もアリエル様からいただいたお給料はちゃんと取ってあるから。ごめんよ、服がいなくて。それに料理は任せてね。お母さんとリーリャさんに習ったからバッチリだよ。
Oh, that's another interesting thing. That might be a little bit of a little bit it's interesting, because I don't know, because as far as I can tell, I will say I got this from a certain website that some may allege to not be strictly legal, but I of course make no such allegations. but I do think this probably has to be the official English localization or the official translation. I do find it interesting that they spell Lilia's name like that, because that is not how it was spelled at other parts of the story, and it's also not how it's spelled in the books. It's spelled Lilia. So I wonder if that was just an error by the translators, because I mean, one thing is I've not done any translating myself. I don't know enough of another language to actually do any real translation, but I have spoken to translators in the past, like people who've done it both as fan translations and professionally. One thing that's very common in professional localizations is that they will have basically a list of terms that they will give the translator, because the idea is that they want things to be consistent. So, because there's always going to be some interpretation when you're translating. And so things like, especially with Japanese, like character names are going to be one of those things. And also like this word always, we use this term to describe this thing in this work. So so I feel like Lilia's name would have to be in that document. So yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I wouldn't say I know no other languages. I just don't know enough of a language to actually consider myself competent at it. There was one, yeah, I get it. But there was one part where I was actually pretty close to conversational in Italian once, because I took it in high school, all 4 years of high school, and I had a really good Italian teacher, and I really liked the language. I didn't keep up with it, so I kind of lost it, but I feel like I could have, if I really pushed at it, I could have learned that language. And I am studying Japanese, but I'm still very much a beginner. So I know a little bit. I know more than the average American of Japanese, but not enough to actually like interact with the language in a serious capacity. But enough to notice a lot of little things. And also, just talking to translators is interesting, because they have a very different perspective on things, because translation involves a very deep interaction with both languages. But yeah, like I was saying, a document is usually given to translators to make sure everything is consistent. I imagine Lilia's name was probably in that document, so I'm wondering if this spelling right here is, I feel like that's got to be just a mistake by the translator that didn't get caught by the editor. The reason for Italian is because I have Italian ancestry, and that is my entire father's side of the family came from Italy, or Sicily specifically, but that's part of Italy. Like my great grandparents came over through Ellis Island, so my family is pretty in touch with that part of our culture. So Italian was a language that I didn't learn it for any practical reason. That's not why I took language. It's because I wanted to. That's what I would. And it's true that Spanish would be a more practical language, and that's the language I took up until 8th grade, but I didn't really care for the language that much personally. And the little Spanish I know is enough for any day-to-day necessities. Yeah. I will say we are, and that's true, that Italian and Spanish are very similar languages, but yeah. I will say Sicilian is it is a little bit different. One thing that was really funny. So I actually went to Sicily years ago with my family on vacation, because that was something we'd been wanting to do for a long time. Finally went to do it. I was pretty young when we did that, but one thing that was really funny was here's the thing. If you ever go to Italy on vacation, if you want to ask for directions, make sure you go to somebody who knows the directions, because one thing that Italians will do is they will not admit that they don't know where you're going. They will make up directions, and it gets worse the further south you go. In Sicily especially, they'll give you the most confident directions you've heard in your life, and it will take you somewhere completely random. I remember we were trying to find the place we were staying, and it took us like 3 or 4 tries of asking people directions before we finally got sent to the right place. So it was an amusing thing. We were annoyed at the time, but we pretty quickly realized how funny it was. But I mean, I will say there is definitely a distinction between Sicily and mainland Italy, but I would say in the modern day, it's less than it was before. And also our family is several generations out. I mean, my great grandparents were the ones who emigrated, so again we all kind of, for us, we don't make as much of a distinction because it's not something we personally experience. Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah, it can be expensive to go there, but yeah. But yeah, ultimately, yeah, that's why I learned Italian, is because my family came from that part of Europe. So yeah, interestingly, there's a very, very, very good chance all four of my great grandparents probably knew Lucky Luciano. Not like well, but they grew up in the same town at the same time. So it's very unlikely that they didn't know each other. But and the family rumor is that my great grandpa beat him up as a kid, but that's probably also not really true. And as far as anyone knows, they did not stay in contact after they left. So, but it's fun little bit of family lore. And yeah, when it comes to traveling overseas, especially from America to Europe, is the biggest cost is usually going to be the travel because plane tickets are fucking expensive. You can usually find cheap options as far as like just lodging once you're there. And it also depends on what country you go to, because some countries, if their GDP is not doing so well, a lot of times having access to American dollars is actually a very good thing. Like, even like, one day I would like to visit Japan. The biggest cost from what I've looked at is going to be travel. But, and once you're there, apparently the dollar is pretty strong compared to the yen right now. So once you're there, your money goes a pretty long way. Everything's going to be cheap, but it's just getting there that's the problem. But yeah, let's get back to Mushoku Tensei. I'm not a travel channel.
でもルディの口に合うかな。
消し済みでもうまいと言ってみせるさ。
消し済みってもう誰のために頑張って覚えたと思ってるのさ。
シルフィットさんが理想の嫁すぎて私釣り合いが取れているが。
I also find it really interesting right now that Rudy's starting to use watashi, which, if you guys remember from last stream, Japanese has a bunch of different first-person pronouns. Watashi is like the really formal one, so it's kind of interesting that Rudy's using that here. Which, again, he's kind of being a little silly, being a little overly dramatic, so that's probably just feeding into that. But it's another interesting thing.
ルディは僕の理想の旦那様だよ。
And again, when Sylphie gets, all embarrassed, her ears turn red. It's adorable. So much of Sylphie's emotion is just transmitted through her ears, and I love it.
ルディ大好きだよ。
Yeah, and we're yeah, the Drubias. We're about to get another amazing Rudy face. I really hope. I'm just looking at the thing. Okay, good. Sorry, I was just looking at the stream on my other monitor just to make sure I didn't accidentally let a dick slip through. Because even though they haven't been showing full Wang in the anime for a while, I'm still a little bit traumatized from having to realize that, oh shit, I could have accidentally shown a dick on stream if I wasn't careful. Because first couple episodes, they just didn't fucking care. They'll just have them whip it out at the slightest thing, and now they're actually censoring it, which well, it doesn't bother me. I also am just glad I don't have to censor it for the stream, because that was a pain in the ass. But yeah, let's get to it. And then yeah, just another amazing face. This is another thing I think the creatives just took every opportunity they had to make characters they just gave them a ridiculous face so many different times.
Rudy
But yeah, but it's also as funny as that was, it's also another character moment because so much of Rudy's emotions are connected to sex, where like it's not a mistake that during this whole thing, the time he just feels so overwhelmingly loved is the moment he gets just overcome by lust, and he's like, I gotta have sex now. Yeah, so again, so much of Rudy, like even, I mean, I feel like it should be obvious. Just the past couple years, the beginning of, for the first half of season 2, was literally just a case of Rudy's emotions being reflected in terms of his sexuality. Like, yeah, he was hurt emotionally, and that manifested as erectile dysfunction. So, like, I feel like this is not a particularly subtle thing.
数日後披露宴当日日程は月休みの日で時刻は昼にしたジーナスには遠慮されゾルダートには忙しいと断られたバーディーガーディは意外と暇らしく参加を表明それ以外の人たちも招待状を受け取ってくれた
I do find it funny how Rudy is like, Badagadi must have more free time than I thought. Like, what does he think Badagadi, like, has occupying his days? Badagadi just kind of does whatever the fuck he wants.
そう七星も招待状を受け取ったんだ
珍しいな、あの部屋から出てくるなんて。
あなたが誘ったんでしょ。
ま、今日はゆっくりしていってくれ。ポテトチップスとかも用意したからな。
作ったの？
お前のおかげで食用油が簡単に手に入るからな。
すごいわね。
Yeah.
レディー。
And that's another thing I was mentioning earlier. Just they do have that barrier between them because of how fundamentally different they are. Rudy and Nanohoshi specifically is what I'm talking about. But also their connection to their old world. That's something they just understand each other on a very intuitive way. Like, Rudy just understands that, she probably would want to eat potato chips. So I'm going to make that happen. And also, as much as that's another way that they do connect in the books that the anime hasn't really gone into, is that Rudy does actually have a lot of nostalgia for the food of his home world, for Japanese food specifically, but just basically anything that exists in the real world that doesn't exist in the Mushoku Tensei world, which is, why he has that really funny interaction with the death god in the demon continent, or no, it was past the demon continent, but during that whole arc, which the anime completely skipped over, or how later in the series, like pretty close to the end, he has this whole thing about trying to get to make egg on rice. That's because, food is just a big thing that he feels strongly about. So that's just another way he can have that connection with Nanohoshi to, again, highlight the areas that they're connected in certain ways, but also so far apart in others.
準備できたよ。
ちなみにシルフィーがフィッツだということは招待客に知らせてある
さて、あとはバーディーガーディだけか。
1000年単位で生きている方は時間にルーズですのよ。1ヶ月後ぐらいに来ると思っていた方がいいですわね。
あまり遅くなると料理が冷めてしま
I
う
will say it's pretty funny to imagine that. Like, I know Badagadi makes an appearance later, the same day, and it's funny, but like, how fucking hilarious would it be if he actually showed up a month late, and Rudy's just like eating dinner, and Badagadi bursts in and is like, I've arrived. I think that would have been amusing.
悪いなバーディ
頑張って。
本日はお忙しい中、お集まりいただきありがとうございます。改めて宣言いたしますが、私ルーデウスとこちら。ここで我が輩がババッと登場である。
Yeah, again, it is funny. Badagadi just kind of throws a wrench into things. Always amusing. And it is also just a great contrast with the way Rudy was speaking, because you can kind of tell that he's nervous. They tried to do that in the translation, but also he was using watashi again, where he was being essentially overly formal, because he's nervous about giving his public speech. He doesn't really know what to say, and that was meant to kind of emphasize that point. But yeah, it's just interesting.
バーディーガーディ、遅刻ですわよ。
我が種族においては王族は会合の際には度肝を抜くタイミングで登場して場をかき乱すべしと決まっておるのでな。
嘘だろ。
嘘ではない。貴様のためにわざわざ一肌脱いだのだ。
And that's funny. A lot of me wonders just how much of that is really true. Because, like, I wouldn't doubt that there's some sort of weird customs with demon royalty, but probably not a case of you need to show up at the least possible moment. Yeah, that definitely does seem like something Kishirika would believe in. But also, Badagati just... I mean, I do think he did, like, specifically make efforts to make Rudy's day, you know, more interesting, more enjoyable. Because Badagati does actually really like Rudy. He just is such an odd character that his actions, even though they're always very well intentioned, and he tries to be considerate, like genuinely, it just doesn't quite land because he's just off there. But yeah, I can actually believe that Badagati really did go out of his way to try to make his presence a positive one. But I also feel like the idea of, you know, this is just a thing that royals do, this is our rule, it could either come from Kishirika or it could just be bullshit. But there's also the fact that Badagati does have his whole thing of, you know, laughing at the world and everything. And there's... Oh, shit. Sorry. Hold up. Boing. Excuse me for 1 second. Just gonna block that real quick. YouTube caught it again. So I do want to hold up and wait for that to go away. I'm just pausing it just until hiding things just until the warning goes away. So it's YouTube's starting to catch on. I think there might have been an update, so I might have to figure other stuff out, especially for the stuff I'm planning on doing soon. Yeah, so the filter does seem to work. So I'm thinking I'm probably going to have the filter up for the upcoming streams. I know most of you watching now weren't here at the very beginning when I was talking about it. So, I mean, I guess I'll just take the moment now since I got to wait regardless. But when a few weeks ago, there was a video that was like an anime tier list from, you know, they took an anime from every year since the early 60s to now. The video was not received very well, so I'm essentially going to do my own version of it, and I'm going to do the viewing portion on stream. So one of the things I do actually need to probably, and that's ultimately going to happen as soon as I get I've got a PNG tuber model that I've commissioned that by the end of this week, I'll have it. Once I have it, I'm going to, that's when I'm going to start doing these streams. But yeah, I want to make sure there's no copyright issues like that when I do that. Yeah, okay, so yeah, sorry, the warning is still up, so I'm just trying to wait it out. Here, let me actually see if I turn off the filter, because I've just got my that might actually let it figure itself out soon. Okay, so yeah, so for the rest of this stream, I'm going to keep the filter up, but once... Okay, there we go. That fixed it. Okay, let's turn the cover back on. Do that. Okay, I'll figure out something else long term. Yeah, but it seems like what I've been doing before isn't exactly working now. But so I'll finish my thought, what I was saying. So when those streams go on, I think I'm going to have to keep the filter up just to be extra careful so that I really don't get the streams nuked while I'm doing them. But because I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and Kick as well, and they don't have the same kind of technology that YouTube has, I'm going to actually do record from there, and I can do that without the filter. So when that happens, expect the filter on YouTube, but if you really want to do it without the filter, I'll be on those other platforms. And the final version that I actually put when the final video that I make, I'm going to include, clips here and there from the stream. I'm going to include that stuff that I recorded from other platforms. So yeah, but yeah, unfortunately, filter's going back up.
では気を取り直して、本日はお忙しい中お集まりいただきありがとうございます。改めて宣言いたしますが、私ルーデウスとこちらシルフィエットは結婚します。まだ弱敗ゆえ至らない点もあるかと思いますが、そこは助け合って、
いかんな。堅苦しかっただろうか。皆様微妙な顔をしている。
And that's also another thing that's not going to translate super well, just because Japanese and English are so different, is that he's using like a very polite, like overly polite forms when he's speaking. Like just the grammatical side of things is done in a way that is very formal. And that's just not a thing that English does. Japanese basically has different sets of grammar rules for different levels of politeness, which, I mean, that almost like that itself is just like so stereotypical. It's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, you change your language based on how polite you want to be. But yeah, that's how it works. Doesn't really translate to English because we just don't have that same kind of linguistic framework. But yeah, I mean, and I also like that it's Badagadi who pretty much cuts through the bullshit immediately and gets right to where they're actually feeling, which he's completely correct about that. And I actually do kind of like how Linnea was eating out of what looks like a pet bowl. That's kind of funny. And it's even funnier when you realize that later on she basically becomes the family pet. Yeah, and that's funny. Yeah, and again, Julie just having the same mannerisms as they're drinking alcohol. I guess it's probably fine that she's drinking because she's the dwarf, but still, part of me is like, you're letting the 7-year-old child drink, or yeah, she's 6 or 7 years old at this point, so I don't know. Zenova may be a good parent, may not be the most responsible parent, but yeah, seeing them all drink the same way in unison, it's very funny.
おめでとう。ありがとうございます。彼とこの家はシルフィーの理想と比べてどうですか？なんか理想よりすごいです。この家お風呂もあるんですよ。なんだったら1年ぐらい護衛をお休みしてもいいのですよ。それは子供ができた時で。
And this is another thing. I do find the anime Ariel to be just a very interesting character. I mentioned this last stream, but she's a very different character. I wouldn't say a very different character, but she's a different character in the anime than she is in the books, where she's much more conniving in the books, where everything is a political maneuver for her, where she has noble goals at the heart of things, but again, her entire life is about achieving those goals. Whereas she does have a few more, she lets her human side show a little bit more in the anime, where there are a couple times where they had her be shocked for comedic value, which she wouldn't have been in the books. And especially with Sylphie, that's where Ariel kind of does a lot to really just because you can tell she really cares for Sylphie, and she did in the books as well. But here is where she actually kind of goes out of her way and does things that might not necessarily be good for her own ambitions necessarily. She's going out of her way to kind of set Sylphie up for having her own life with Rudy, because that she values Sylphie's friendship and wants what's best for her and knows that this is what makes her happy. Whereas in the books, while that is a concern for her, she does want Sylphie to be happy because, Ariel is a good person deep down, but she's 100% playing the game. And it felt a lot more like a calculated risk, a calculated maneuver for her, where she was essentially playing her Sylphie card and giving up that one resource as essentially a way of securing Rudy's the alliance with Rudy, basically saying how by giving up Sylphie, she kind of intrinsically ties Rudy to her, and that ultimately actually does pay off for her. So it was a worthwhile risk, but yeah, again, it feels much more like a maneuver in the books than in the anime. So. But I do like anime Ariel quite a lot. And excuse me for a second, I do need to use the restroom once again. Okay, I am back. Yep, just make sure that worked properly. Yep, everything still seems to be going good. Sorry for the slightly longer than usual delay. My cat was demanding some attention, so my hands were tied. Excuse me, there seems to potentially be an issue with the stream. Excuse me. So, for those watching, can you currently hear me, or is YouTube just being stupid? I'm trying to, because it's saying that my audio bitrate is low. So from my end, it doesn't look like anything should be a problem right now. You hear me fine? Okay, so it's just okay. So, okay, it's good. It's just the way YouTube live streams tend to work is that a lot of times it operates on a bit of a delay, where it what I think happened is OBS is telling me I had a whopping 21 dropped frames, which is, that's like less than a second. So that might have been what caused it. So okay, now even the warning's gone. Okay, thank you for confirming it. Anyone who's a content creator, which as far as I know, there's one of you watching right now, you know that technical issues are the kind of thing that, like, we all get kind of paranoid over, and like we want to make sure things are working the way we want them to work, because it causes problems if not. Okay, let's get back to it. Sorry, I'm just trying to set things up in a way that makes sense to me, because I still want to see stuff. Make sure, again, just the copyright stuff has been messing with me. I think the filter is more than enough to cover it. And in the coming weeks, I'll also be experimenting with more things I can do with the video to hopefully avoid that copyright issue, because, you know, it's an interesting dilemma, just because the checks it does while live are less robust than the checks it does after the stream once it processes. So I think I can figure out something where it won't get caught while on stream, but then I could just blur it out after the stream.
アリエル様ったら
まだわだかまりがあるとは思うが、よろしくやろうじゃないか。
俺にはそんなもんはないんだが。
あ、よろしく、ルーク先輩。
グランドマスター、本日はお招きありがとうございます。
改めまして師匠、おめでとうございます。
Yeah, I also like that moment there, because I know I've said it already a bunch, but like the way they depict Julie here in the anime is so great. Like, you can just tell by the way she does that, that's like, you know, that's a bit of etiquette that was taught to her by Zenoba, and she's just kind of excited to be able to show what she learned and actually do it in a practical scenario. Like, it's cute.
ありがとう、ザナバ。
奥方様、師匠の伴侶を男と見間違うなど、今までのご無礼をお許しください。
ああ、いえ、頭を上げてください。ルディだって間違えてたんだからしょうがないですね。
恥ずかしながら俺も男だと間違えていた。
人族は飯食ってる最中に挨拶するのが礼儀やのか。お行儀が悪いの。
お前も食いながらじゃないか。
二人とも来てくれてありがとう。それにしてもまさかボスとフィッツが結婚とはにゃ。フィッツはやっぱり女だったの。匂いでそうじゃないかとは思ってたな。
Yeah, that's another element I mean, it's not like it's unexplored, but I do kind of wish it was more explored than it was. The idea of the Beastful can determine a lot by scent, where, you know, the whole Doldaya arc happened because they smelled horny. So that, and then a misconception came from that. So they can smell arousal, and, you know, they were able to tell that Sylphie was actually a woman just because of her smell. Like, they can determine a lot just from what, you know, pheromones and chemicals the body releases. So I feel like there's a lot there that you can work with.
でも強い者同士がくっつくのはいいことにゃ。そうだな。強い子供が生まれれば一族安泰だな。
従属のスケール感で言われても困っちゃうの。
おめでとう。
ありがとう。
七星さん、一つ聞いていい？何かしら？前にルディと七星さんが同居って言ってたよね。あれってどういう意味？
And this is like the one time Nanohoshi is actually able to read the room. Like, Nanohoshi just is like, even by Rudy's standards, like, it's impressive how much she's able to put her foot in her mouth. But this is like the one time she realizes that, like, you know, Rudy's keeping this a secret. He probably has his reasons. She's not gonna blow the lid on things for him. So she covers for him, essentially.
言語を扱えたから勘違いしただけよ。
Because, I mean, if we remember, back when she and Rudy were first introduced, not with Orsted, but like first introduced at the university, you know, like the first thing she did was like, hey, it's rude to freak out like that. And then when he wakes up, he's like, oh yeah, Orsted's probably not going to kill you. He might, but he's probably not. You know, again, just about the worst thing she could have said in the moment. So it's actually kind of significant that she's able to figure things out.
永久の繁栄を与えたまえ。僕にできるノリとだ。君たちの結婚を祝福しよう。ありがとうございます。
ルーデス、 よかったですわね、病気が治って。もう少し早く報告してくれてもよろしかったのですわよ。
報告したら本当かどうか確かめて差し上げますわとか言って襲ったでしょ。
And again, I also do like, again, it shows that Rudy and Elise are starting to become closer as well, where, they're willing to banter back and forth a little bit with each other, where Rudy feels comfortable making little jabs at her promiscuity because, they both know that he's not meaning anything cruel by it.
まさか前にも言ったでしょ、私パウロの娘。
Although, I will say, I probably wouldn't have made that kind of joke in front of Cliff, just because, that could be... That's probably not something he would want to really be reminded of.
なるつもりはございませんのよ。シルフィエットさん、おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。あなたの幸福を心より
Yeah.
お祝い。
Yeah, and we keep having these moments with Elise where, from her introduction, I've been saying this, how you're meant to interpret her in a certain way at the start, and they deliberately try to misdirect you in that way, where, because of her curse, she acts in a certain way that's makes you assume her character is that way. And you keep seeing all these little cracks to show that she's actually a very loving and caring person deep down, and that a lot of what she is just she's essentially a victim of circumstance, where she ultimately, like, again, even her promiscuity, while she does genuinely enjoy having sex, it's also the case that she structures her life in that way to that she says, you know what, I might as well enjoy my circumstances if I'm going to be stuck with them regardless. But, like, ultimately, beyond that kind of wall she put around herself, she is a very caring person. We keep seeing these little notes for that, even from her introduction with Cliff, where she said, hey, like, I don't want someone this serious because I'm going to hurt him. And, she ends up completely falling for him. And even, like, and this is just another note where she, just feels so much happiness at seeing Sylphie happy that, it just overwhelms her, even though she didn't really know Sylphie beforehand. But, she obviously, she was her grandmother, so she raised her father. And it just makes you think of how much it must be difficult for her to leave behind all her children the way she does.
ごめんなさい、私としたことが。
リーゼ、どうした？
Yeah.
もしかしてエリナ・リーゼさんって僕のおばあちゃんですか？
Yeah, and yeah, like I said, Sylphie is like the one who's completely in touch with emotions a lot. She had figured all this stuff out beforehand, and yeah, I get it. It's just very in character. I really like this scene.
お父さんが言ってました。僕のおばあちゃんはパウロさんの仲間だったって。違いますわ。あなたのおばあ様がこんな陰梅なはずが。それが原因でお父さんは大森林を追われ。
And I also think it's notable that this is like the first time Elise has ever actually negatively referenced her promiscuity, because normally it's just a part of herself she's accepted, she's come to terms with it, she doesn't necessarily feel a whole lot of shame for it in her day-to-day, because that's kind of what she's trained herself to think. But when it comes to, like, oh, she's met a family member now, like, she doesn't want to be viewed as lesser by her granddaughter.
結婚にも反対されたと聞きました。たまに話してくれた内容がエリナ・リーゼさんと重なる部分があったから、もしかしたらって。それはごめんなさい、急に。
二人が肉親。そういえばシルフィーの作ってくれたペンダントとエリナ・リーゼのペンダントが同じものだったな。言われてみれば顔立ちも似ている。
クリフ先輩。
なんだ。
Although it is kind of funny when you realize, they do reference this later on, but how despite all of her best efforts, Elise is now going to end up related to Paul, despite not wanting to be. And, it's also heavily implied that she had banged Paul at one point in the past. So I'm trying to think, like, now, I'm trying to think what the actual relation to Paul would be, because I don't even know if there are words in the English language to describe that particular in-law connection. But like, there actually are a lot of funny little connections between Rudy's wives and his family, like the fact that his grandmother-in-law slept with his father, and his second wife ended up schlicking to her in-laws. So I don't know. It's funny to see these connections.
エリナリーゼさんも2階の適当な部屋で休ませてあげてください。
わかった。
シルフィもその話は後で落ち着いてからでいいか。
はいルーデウス私はこんなですけどそのロールズは普通の子ですのよ
Yeah, and again, this is in her most, like, in her emotional moment. That's when you kind of see just the shame that she has suppressed all this time, where again, she, despite the fact that she's seen that Rudy just accepts her for who she is and is able to treat her as a friend, she's still like has this negative opinion of herself that she doesn't want to be transferred onto Sylphie.
もちろんその子供のシルフィーもだから
心配しないでください。エリナリーゼさんが原因でシルフィーと別れたりはしませんから。
でも
そんなことより大嫌いなパウロと親戚になることを心配した方がいいんじゃないですか。
あなたこんな時に面白いことを言いますのね
And I like that moment as well, because it's, it's, first of all, this is like the one thing that makes Elinalise smile in this moment, that kind of breaks her sadness. But also the fact, like, again, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but these couple episodes show Rudy at his like most emotionally intelligent so far, where he's able to kind of read people better than he ever has before. And in this moment, I really like how he picks this moment to crack that joke. And it's not that funny of a joke, but it is amusing. But like, it is exactly the type of thing that Elinalise needs at this moment, because again, she's so worried that her behavior will make Rudy think negatively of Sylphie. But then Rudy, by telling a joke, shows that this isn't that serious to him. This is not something he really is concerned about. He's still in good spirits. And by telling a joke, she, I think, just kind of gets it. And it's it's a very nice, a lot of complex, nuanced ideas coming here. Yeah. Yeah, that is also true, Thomas. Yeah, again, and I like how Nanohoshi has these little moments of being human, where, yeah, again, I do think she's a lot of wasted potential, but she is a very likable character, actually, I think.
少々今日が乗りすぎたようですな。見事もあろうものの軟弱であろう。
And it is also funny to imagine that between the three of them, there's Zenoba the Blessed Child, then also Badagati the Immortal Demon King, and Julie the Dwarf. How Zenoba is the weakest when it comes to alcohol tolerance, so that's kind of funny. And actually, that's almost kind of terrifying to imagine how much dwarves in this world can drink, where I know dwarves being able to drink heavily is a common fantasy trope, but like, think that he was out drunk by a 7-year-old child dwarf. Makes you think, holy shit, they can probably fucking drink in this world.
クリフさん、おばあちゃん、エリナリーゼさんと話したいんだけど、いいかな？
どうする？
大丈夫ですわ。ありがとう、ルディ、クリフさん。
あの二人大丈夫なのか？
ダメなら我々が後でフォローすればいいんですよ。
ルーデウス様、 本日はありがとうございました。
こちらこそありがとうございました。
And also, this is also having the conversation with Elenalise there. Very elegant way to have Sylphie kind of step out of the picture temporarily so they can have their thing with Ariel, Rudy, and Luke.
シルフィーはいかがなさいましたか？
今はエリナリーゼさんと話しております。
そうですか。ならちょうどいい。少々お時間をいただけますか？ルーデウス様、失礼を承知で言いますが。
I will also say another really interesting note here is how Ariel refers to him as Rudius-sama, which, like, that is very unusual for a royal to do to a non-royal, or to someone who is, in a social sense, below them. Because that is a term, that is an honorific that is used to, generally showcase a lot of respect, and in many cases a degree of subservience or reverence. So it is, again, to hear the princess tell that to someone who, is connected to nobility, but is not really a noble himself. Like, I wonder what is the reasoning for that. Like, I feel like there's so much more going there. It's I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that, but I think it's just a very interesting thing to note.
ルークと決闘していただけませんか？魔術なし剣と剣での勝負を。ご安心はただの戯れです。
戯れですか。なら真剣は使いたくないですね。
ルーデウス様が魔術で作り出した剣でも構いません。
となると僕がルークに真っ二つにされる可能性もあるのですが。
わからん。こんな試合が何になるというのだろうか。
何か気に障ることをしましたか？
いいえ、もちろん断ってもらっても結構です。ですが、できればお願いいたします。
Yeah, and I think this scene also was a reason I think in the books Ariel felt a lot more conniving. Like, with her, like, having her mask be more complete in the books, I feel makes this scene have a completely different dynamic in the books compared to the anime, where in the anime it feels a lot like a passing of the torch almost, where she's like just showing that he's somebody who's worthy of Sylphie, and that's kind of, her way of getting closure to that, whereas it feels much more like a manipulation, a game in the books. At least that's how I interpret things.
わかりました。
始め。
Yeah, and I know they don't really show it all that much, but I mean, Rudy at this point is really using his demon eye to win the fight as opposed to swordsmanship skills, because he never gets that good at the sword, because, I mean, partly because he can't do a battle aura and that limits him physically, but he just also just kind of gives up after a while, so, it's just not his area of interest. But yeah, and it's like I was talking about earlier, the demon eye is one of those things where it's overpowered up to a point. Once you get to a certain level of skill, it kind of becomes almost a non-factor. Not quite, but almost. Luke's good, but he's not that good.
終わりです。
そこまで。エルボは治癒魔術を。
ルーク先輩、大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫だ。シルフィーのことをよろしく頼む。
それはもちろん。でも、決闘した理由を。
Yeah, again, moments like this, again, that's why I think in the anime it definitely feels more like handing Sylphie off to him. When, I do still think the book plays this up more as like a gambit.
少し説明していただけると助かります。
大したことではありません。私たちはシルフィーが好きです。生死を共にした仲間だからこそ思うところがあります。
And And this next little monologue from Ariel is one of the things I think just takes on a completely different dynamic when we see her humanity poke through in the anime several times, as opposed to the light novel where even her genuine care for people feels calculated and crafted. So, like in the books, this whole thing, again, it feels like she's, moving pieces on a chessboard to tie Rudy to her. Whereas I feel like in the anime, this felt more like her genuinely looking out for Sylphie and doing what's best for her at the cost of having a potential resource available to her, which is one of the things that this version of Ariel has been shown to. While she does play the game most of the time, the one thing that's able to kind of pierce that is Sylphie.
今回の決闘は私たちの意地だと思ってください。
シルフィーを任せるに足るか腕試しをされたということなのだろうな。
いずれ私はアスラ王国に戻ります。戻れば王になるか死ぬか、二つに一つ。それが私の義務です。しかしシルフィーには
And I love the music starting right there. How shit just got real, and the music I think is a perfect accompaniment to it.
義務はありません。彼女は王族でも貴族でもなく、転移事件をきっかけに護衛についてくれただけ。私は彼女に甘えるのをや。
Let me see. I mean, there could be some truth to that, because there definitely could be some truth to that, Thomas. I do think part of a thing that is not the biggest thing that they really examine in the story, but the fact that Luke is not as good as Rudy, Sylphie, Roxy, Eris, all these other people. Like, while he does ally himself with them and they do stuff together, they help each other, he's definitely a noticeable weak link. Despite the fact that he's actually a competent swordsman in his own right, definitely more than good enough to be a princess's bodyguard, but he's just not at the level that people in this story end up being. And he's definitely, I mean, despite the fact that Sylphie's not a sword fighter, he is definitely not on her level either, where she just is. Again, she is just one of the foremost, I don't know if that's one of the foremost mages in the world, but she is very highly accomplished mage at a very young age. Whereas Luke is just good. Like, he's better than average person, certainly. I think he's like advanced level, but he's definitely not at the level of like the exceptional ability of a lot of the main characters in this series. But yeah, I mean, that is an interesting angle that I've never really thought of her kind of evaluating the assets she also does have. Yeah, I also agree that I would have liked that to still be around, because, again, I sometimes question the stuff that the anime chooses to skip, because some of it just doesn't make any sense. Like, I feel like they skip certain really important things and just leave in things that don't matter. I don't know. I can't read minds.
シルフィーは自分の道を行くべき時期なのです。いずれ子供もできれば私たちについてくるという考えは自然と消えていくはずです。でももしそう思わなかったらあなたがきちんと
Yeah, that line in particular definitely feels like, for me, I feel like in the anime that feels like a true, like, just letting Sylphie go moment, whereas the excuse me, sorry, I'm refilling my glass of water, but it feels like letting Sylphie go in the anime. In the books, this kind of thing feels more like, again, a gambit, kind of saying, hey, I'm kind of, sacrificing my queen to get an even better piece.
止めてあげてください。
どうだろうか。王女には義理もある。むしろ俺は一緒についていき。
Yeah, and again, that kind of mentality in the books, I feel, is what she's trying to foster. The idea that she wants Rudy to feel like he owes her.
手伝おうとする気がするが。
とはいえ、もしあなたがシルフィーを大切にしていなければ、 私たちは彼女を取り返します。
And I also really fucking love that line in hindsight, where after some of the stuff that gets revealed in Turning Point 4, like, you actually do kind of can piece together how true that statement actually is. I mean, I'm not going to disagree that alcohol would be fun, but at the same time, I mean, for starters, hard liquor is not really my thing. My body just kind of rejects it because, you know, just too high of a concentration of alcohol. My body doesn't like that. Also, if I drink too much, the next day I will really feel it because of medication I'm on. Just it enhances hangovers essentially. But some alcohol is fine. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I'm doing any kind of stuff that requires my brain, I probably don't want to be drunk for that. Even though I will actually say I was a little bit drunk when I first watched it last night, but right now I'm sober. But I mean, that is an interesting interpretation, Thomas. I'm not sure I completely agree with it. I would have to think. I would have to sit down and think about it a little bit. So I'm not 100. I'm not really sure. But again, I mean, but yeah, this line is just one of those things where when we know what happens in, I'm trying to find the way to word it without spoiling the anime onlys, but with the character we meet at Turning Point 4, the story he tells, once you kind of know what happens in that sense, you actually do realize how truthful this statement is. So it's really cool to see on from knowing stuff that comes out later in the series. So that's pretty cool. No medication you're on. That's cool. I am on bupropion, so I take it for ADHD. It actually does help a lot. And I will say I don't really have very many side effects with it. The one thing it does is when I drink too much alcohol, it makes the hangover worse. But I mean, if I drink plenty of water, it's usually fine. But for that reason, ever since I started it, I don't drink very heavily, which is probably a good thing.
肝に銘じておきます。
ルディ、アリエル様は？
今お帰りになったよ。
ルークがルーデンスにいきなり決闘を申し込んだんだ。でもさすがルーデンスだな。難なく勝利さ。
そっか。
I also really like that line from Cliff right there, his explanation, because that feels exactly like how Eris would have explained that in season 1. Like, if you look back to like Eris the Goblin Slayer, that's kind of how she described Rudy to Cliff, and now Cliff is kind of having the same exact reactions to Rudy years later. I find that very, very funny.
まあこっちはそんな感じとして、そちらの話は終わりましたか？
やはりエリナ・リーゼはシルフィーの祖母だったらしい。彼女は呪いと本来の性格でもってトラブルが絶えなかった。故に子供を産んでも自分の名前は明かさず。
I also find it very amusing that Cliff is basically Rudy's grandfather now through marriage.
一人前に成長するまで
Or-
面倒を見たな。
Or at least he will be eventually, because I don't think he and Elise are married at this point, but they do get married later on. So he becomes Rudy's grandfather.
縁を切るということを続けてきたそうだ。シルフィーのことも一目見て自分の孫かひ孫だと分かったらしい。でも正体は明かすまいと考えていたそうだ。結局幸せそうなシルフィーを見て感極まってしまったようだ。
Yeah, and this is one of the relatively few moments that they're actually just directly expositing to the viewer through Rudy's narration. This is kind of how a lot of information is conveyed in the books, but it's pretty rare that it happens in the anime. And you know, I think it's actually notable that one of the times they choose to do it is to really dig into how Elise ticks, because I think she's a great character who you definitely need moments like that to really let all the stuff hit home.
ルーデウス、リーゼのことなんだが、正直彼女は僕が思っていた人とは違った。で、
さすがに幻滅したか。好きな相手に実は子供どころか孫がいたんだからな。俺ならショックを受ける。
リーゼは想像以上に視力深く、か弱い人だ。
Yeah, and that is another thing that's where Cliff is like, I think, a really great example of like a goody two shoes character who's actually like compelling. Because again, the reason he got with Elise in the first place is because he was attracted to her for who she is, not because of her reputation. And you know, even finding out more about her past and how she was, you know, he sees past the surface level stuff and just realizes the emotion behind it, and he appreciates it even more. It's a very interesting take on the character, and I do like it a lot.
呪いは絶対に僕が直す。だが確実性を上げるためにも君に手伝ってほしい。あんな話を聞いて幻滅したりとかはしないんですね。幻滅するわけないだろ。
And it's also noteworthy that Rudy, to a lesser extent than Elise, kind of had the same almost negative opinion of her. It's like, yeah, you know, once he kind of learned the truth about her, he figured, oh, he would just reject her, but then realized it's like Cliff just doesn't even consider that a real negative. And actually that does seem to track through stuff that happens later in the story too, because I know there's one point where Rudy and Elise go on a journey together. And one thing is that and Cliff, for I don't remember the exact reason, but he can't join them at that moment. And despite that, you know, Elise, due to her curse, can't exactly go too long without sex. So at one point she ends up hiring a male escort for one night to just, you know, stave off the curse. And that was something that she had talked over with Cliff, and they'd come to an understanding on beforehand. So, you know, the fact that Cliff is accepting of that, it tracks with his character. And, you know, a lot of people would not be quite as understanding, even if they logically get it.
何言ってるんだ。僕はミリス信徒だ。相手の事情がどうであろうと、僕の理想と違おうと、僕には僕を愛してくれる一人の女性を幸せにする義務がある。何より僕は彼女を愛しているからな。
And also another noteworthy thing is when it comes to the word love, there are a couple ways to say it. When they say aishiteru, that is usually takes on a lot more significance than, like, it's noteworthy when they use that word in particular compared to like daisuki, which is another way of saying I love you, but it's a more common way of saying it essentially. Yeah, again, when you say something like aishiteru, it's like a level above that, like it's important. So the fact that he used that there is like very significant.
わかりました。僕にできることでしたら何でもお手伝いします。っていうか、僕とお前は友達だろ。敬語はやめろ。嫌です。
Yeah, and of course, they're friends, so they're bantering. I like that. Let's see. Yeah, let's respect them. Yeah, that's also true. Cliff, they both treat each other in ways that society doesn't, where, I mean, Cliff definitely has, his thing is he hates the fact that he's been coddled for so long. He kind of, well, he doesn't hate it, but he resents it. And, you know, and he's also the one who views Elise as the person that she is, not for her reputation. So, again, both of them kind of have that connection of seeing the other for who they are. And, you know, even Rudy does kind of look down on Cliff a little bit just because of his lack of experience as an adventurer. And, you know, it does hinder him at the start. Eventually he'll figure it out. But yeah, that is a good point, Alan. And again, things like that, like that's another thing where, you know, we're talking about don't be so formal. Again, that's referencing the different forms of the Japanese language, like polite, really polite, extra super polite, that kind of thing. Again, it doesn't really directly translate in English, but you know, it's no, not that important, but noteworthy.
髪の色も緑じゃないし、レディーにずっと好きでいてもらえるように頑張らないとね。
なんだそのセリフ、泣けてくるんだけど。俺も嫌われないように努力しないとな。
シルフィー、今日はお疲れ様。うん、レディーもお疲れ様。
Yeah, I like that a lot.
グレイラットさん、よかった。ちょうどお宅へ伺おうとしていたんですよ。こちらお手紙になります。
ありがとうございます。
誰からだ。
パウロからだ。
Let's see. Yeah, translate more accurate. Master, Mister for old grandmothers, letters you might read. Yeah, there's a lot of nuance going on in the linguistic side of things. One thing I'm noticing, the more I learn about Japanese, the more I learn that just the way the language is structured, it just naturally injects a ton of context into every conversation in ways that are not easy to translate over. So you just know a lot about the relationship that two people have from just even the grammar choices they use when talking to one another. So it's a difficult thing.
ルーデウスへ魔法大学に入学するんだってな。おめでとう。いろいろあったが、お前がお前の道を歩いてくれるのを嬉しく思う。エリナリーゼから聞いたと思うが、ゼニスのことはなんとかなりそうだ。あいつにもよろしく言っといてくれ。俺たちは今イーストポートにいる。これからベガリット大陸へ向かうところだ。ベガリット大陸は魔大陸の次に過酷な土地だ。子連れで渡るにはちとはばかられる。
Yeah, and I do like the nice little acknowledgement that the Demon Continent is like the most dangerous place in the world.
そこでアイシャとノルンだけお前のところに送るって案が出た。もちろん子供だけで旅をさせるのも危険な話だ。また離れてやきもきするくらいなら連れて行った方がいい。
And of course, we're getting set up for when we start to see Norn and Aisha. I absolutely love those two. I'm very excited to see their stuff. And I also, like, in particular, I really like the arc Norn has up to, like, you know, when she first has her disdain for Rudy and eventually grows to accept him. I really do like that arc. I can't wait to see it. Yeah. And okay, so, and I will say I watched the extra credit scene, the post-credit scene, I should say. I did not record it. I stopped the recording before I realized there was a post-credit scene, so I don't have it here, but I did watch it, so we do know that that person is Ruijerd. But yeah. So we're not going to watch it today on stream, but I am aware of its existence. I did watch it myself. And I do like that you can kind of figure out who it is beforehand, where if you think about it, you put the pieces together. And in just little flashes like that, you see the little, you just see that he looks like Ruijerd. Just, it's nice.
アイシャはお前に似て器用な子だ。頭もいい。ノルンはお前やアイシャとは少々違う。お前のことも嫌ってるし、アイシャともあまり仲が良くない。兄貴として嫌がらずに面倒を見てやってほしい。とりあえずそんな感じだ。何でもかんでもお前に任せることになって申し訳なく思っている。よろしく頼む。パウロ・グレイラットより。
And also, it's interesting if you think of how much this letter contrasts with Paul's last letter to Rudy, where that letter was when he sent him off to the Boreas Grey Rats, where, he was being serious there, but he was also being really silly as well. Like, he was poking fun at Ghislaine through the letter, and I know he signed off as like your amazing, glorious, wonderful father, that kind of thing, like that, where it's actually much more, toned down and serious now. So it's an interesting thing to think about.
溢れた手紙だ。だが俺に対する信頼も感じる。信頼には応えねばならんな。長男だし。それにしても護衛を引き受けてくれたある人物って誰だ？
I know I did skip there we go. Okay.
どうしたの？ルディが浮かれるなんて珍しいね。
ああ、父さんから手紙が届いたんだ。
And I do like this soft orange glow they use a lot. And again, the lighting is it's a cool little thing they do a lot throughout the series, but it gives it a nice, really cozy tone.
父さんから？
みんな無事みたいだ。
そう、よかった。
それで
And that's actually probably thinking of this scene from Sylphie's perspective, where Rudy had interacted with Paul a while back. He knows they're kind of doing okay. Sylphie hasn't, where I imagine she could have probably heard that he's doing all right, but like having that actual direct confirmation probably is very comforting for her, because she was in contact with the Grey Rats. She became friends with them while Rudy was over at the Boreas Grey Rats. So she was probably worried about him.
突然だけど妹が2人来るらしい。この家に住まわせてあげようと思ってるんだけど大丈夫かな？
もちろん、賑やかになるね。
Yeah, and also of course Sylphie had. That's why I'm still really happy they showed that one scene showing Sylphie interacting with Norn and Aisha in Buena Village after Rudy left. I think that does a lot. Shows that they actually were building a bit of a relationship. So these are not just Rudy's sisters. These are kids that Sylphie knows, and she's happy to see them again.
こうして結婚して家を構えたのも家族のためだったのかもしれないな。
I mean, yeah, you're probably right, Thomas. I would imagine it would have come up in conversation. But I mean, also hearing some relatively current updates on their whereabouts and well-being probably hits a little bit differently as well.
いずれはパウロたちと一緒に暮らしてもいい。それにしても元ニートが両親を養うか、なんとも感慨深い。
いただきます。
幸せだ。こうやって帰る場所があって、毎日好きな人と一緒にご飯を食べられるなんて。
And again, this is just an idea that they really do like to lean in on, where Rudy is finally finding his place in the world, finding people who love him and who he loves, and he's building a real life for the first time, and that life only continues to grow, where he adds more members to his family and starts having kids, and he really values his place in the world, and that's what's gonna lead up to some of the stuff in Turning Point 4 and why he feels so strongly about the stuff he has to do from that point on.
シルフィーには感謝だな。
That's something they continue layering more and more and more onto that core idea, and it's starting with these couple of episodes.
なあシルフィー、何か俺にしてほしいことないの？
じゃああれ教えてよ。ルディが入学試験の時に使ったあれ。
And I also just really love the callback to how they initially started to become close, where back when Rudy would teach her magic, and that's how she developed an interest in magic and got better at it. And he's like, hey, now she wants to just get taught by him again. And again, everything comes full circle, and I like that a lot.
ああ、リスタブマジックか。お安いご用です。手取り腰取り教えてあげましょう。
代わりに僕、中魔術を教えてあげる。一応上級までなら使えるしね。
That is one thing they haven't really mentioned too much yet. I hope they do eventually, but the fact that Sylphie can silent cast healing magic, but Rudy can't. And, it's not just that Sylphie can do advanced healing, and I think she eventually becomes Saint class in healing as well. But, Yeah, it's not just that she can do advanced level healing, it's that she can do it silently, which is like a big fucking deal, because Rudy can only do that with attack magic. So, I mean, they've hinted at it a little bit, but I don't think they've actually, like, explained that yet. And I think that's an important thing that they're just... If they skip it, I'm going to be completely... I'm going to be very annoyed. Because I think that also just really highlights what I say about how Sylphie is kind of the emotional pillar of the Grey Rat household, where, again, and healing is just kind of, you know, it's within her character. Is, of course, this loving person would be the healer who is really good at healing. And the fact that she is a better healer than Rudy ever becomes is, I think, a very important thing. The fact that she understands it so completely, and that's how she interacts with healing. Like I think it's just such a thematically important thing, and they seem to have been ignoring it up to this point.
というわけで夕食後はお互い魔術を教え合うことになった。
治癒魔術も他の無影将と変わらないと思うんだけど。もしかして術を受けている側の感覚がわからないんじゃない？
Yeah, and again, that's just... I think that line right there just completely reinforces my point, where, again, Sylphie's like the empathy character.
確かに俺には魔力で干渉される側の感覚がない。攻撃魔術なら血流のように感じることができるのだが。
なんかちょっと安心した。ルディにもできないことってあるんだね。
悔しいけどそうみたいだね。じゃあ次はシルフィーの番だ。
Yeah, and that is another thing I do like about these two, because the more I think about it, the more I feel like Rudy and Sylphie's relationship at the start is almost kind of like an exploration of how to avoid the mistakes of Rudy and Eris, where, you know, the big thing is now they're really big on communication, and now they're starting to get to a point where they're learning to not necessarily put each other on a pedestal, where you don't have to consider the other person to be completely flawless and inhuman to be able to love and value them for the person they are. Whereas, you know, Sylphie's starting to see that, you know, Rudy is not the best in everything, where, you know, she's a better healer than he is. You know, there's... Up until this point, she's been saying how, oh, she doesn't feel like she deserves him, she doesn't feel good enough for him. Starting to see that, you know what, maybe she is. Maybe they are good enough for each other. And of course, that's adorable too. Her little grunt of exertion. I also think it's actually kind of noteworthy that Sylphie is actually able to make it waver on her first attempt, where, like, as much as they're trying to showcase that she doesn't actually quite get it, it also took Rudy some time to figure it out as well. So the fact that she's already able to somewhat disrupt the flow of magic is, yeah, it just shows that she is actually a very capable mage on her own as well. And also, we also don't know how much Rudy's own control of magic interacts with that, because I know there's one point later on where Rudy does use disturb magic against a person who knows about it, and it works, but mostly because it caught him off guard. So, and once that happens, they're able to fight against it. So I'm wondering if that's the same kind of thing with Rudy, where he knows it's coming, so he's able to prevent it, essentially.
俺たちの子供ってさ、やっぱり魔術の才能があるのかな。
それは生まれてみないとわからないよ。
だよね。
でも僕はエルフの血が濃いからできにくいというか、僕に子供ができなかったらおめかけさんを迎えてもいいからね。
Yeah, that's probably true, Thomas. Yeah, but yeah. Again, I also, again, just again more of Sylphie's own, you know, concerns about things, where she just, I guess she's so self-conscious about the small little flaws that she sees in herself. And again, just it takes so much, almost takes Rudy like browbeating the idea into her as like, no, I'm with you for you, not for any of your superficial traits.
俺が欲しいのは子供じゃなくて好きな相手との愛の結晶さ。愛してるよ、シルフィー。
And again, he also goes into the aishiteru, or in this case, aishiteruyo. That's just, the difference is grammar there, not actually anything, not the actual vocabulary. So again, him saying, using that particular language is significant.
僕も愛してるよ。この魔法陣が成功すれば次の段階に進めるわ。
ここ1ヶ月根を詰めて描いていた力作。七星にとっては2年間の集大成だ。
And I also I like this scene in hindsight as well, because I mean, for starters, we see her without her mask, and you know that the mask has been some not too subtle symbolism on its own, where it shows her kind of wall against the world and how she's kind of developing a friendship with Rudy. And actually, now looking at her, I really like those gray eyes. It's a neat character design choice. But yeah, so we see her with her mask down, so her walls are kind of down with Rudy, and she's also just excited, happy, confident, doing just another thing that Mushoku Tensei loves to do, which is to really lean into one emotion and then hard pivot into another. So when essentially to amplify the result, and it's yeah, I agree with you, Thomas. That was a cool moment, but like I think this works as well.
一応この魔法陣が何をするものか聞いてみても。
異世界の物品を召喚するわ。
また天災害とか起きないだろうな。
大丈夫よ。理論上はね。
その理論を聞いてみても。
And these kind of things, these discussions of magic, particularly summoning magic, are interesting with context of how things turn out at the end of this. At the end of the story, you do learn how things happened, why the teleportation event happened, why these two got isekai'd, all that stuff gets answered. It is interesting to think about these things with that context in mind, because like it's a reasonable concern to think that summoning something from another world might cause a teleportation incident, but you realize that worry is kind of unfounded, because it was like some seriously heavy duty magic that caused everything in the first place. Again, I do agree, but I also do think that this is competent enough as is.
大きくかつ複雑なものを召喚しようとすればより多くの魔力が必要だと今までの実験で判明したわ。つまりこの世界の魔術にはエネルギー保存の法則。
Yeah, and that's also interesting just for world building purposes as well, because summoning people like requires a fucking shitload of mana, shitload of magical stuff. So, and knowing what happened to bring them over in the first place, like, yeah, that kind of tracks. I mean, I'm definitely trying to couch my language to avoid spoilers there, where even though honestly it's one of those things you probably could spoil without really ruining anything, because it almost feels like more of it's a world building thing than an actual story thing. But I will also say, when that moment happened, when the reveal happened at the end of the series about how everything came to be, I remember being like, Rivajine's one sneaky motherfucker, because it was referenced, that whole thing was referenced in an offhand line in, like, I want to say it was a book in the late teens. One of those books just happened to have a conversation where that catalyst was essentially, again, it was just an offhand line that was mentioned, and then it came back. Okay, Alan, I'm going to try to explain this in a way that just, again, tried to not spoil anything for the anime onlys. But so the thing that caused the teleportation event, that, and I know it's revealed largely at the end of the series, at the end of book 26. The actor that kind of sets things in motion is briefly mentioned in a conversation between okay, again, I'm gonna have a way to, between Rudy and his powerful ally. The powerful ally mentions this individual offhand, just in an offhand line. And then I remember reading the explanation of how everything came to back, and it's like, holy shit, I remember this person being referenced. And I thought that was really cool. There are a number of instances like that I had, but like that was just a very like, oh, this Rifujin, that little motherfucker.
土魔術で中空に岩が出現するのは辺りの魔力を岩に変化させているのか。
じゃあ説明は終わり。始めましょうか。
はい。
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't even know how I remembered that particular line. I think I just kind of got lucky that it stuck in my head. That I know that the way my brain works, I wouldn't have necessarily guaranteed being able to catch that, but I remember making that connection. I'm like, holy fucking shit, that was cool.
何かおかしい。魔法陣の光り方に滞りがあるような。
Well, the thing is, Alan, he didn't make the connection, but he actually did reference the specific individual. Because okay, I'm trying to see if I can say it without revealing anything. But Orsted did mention a character who had a very weak fate, if that makes sense. Like, because I know they get into the idea of like some people have very strong presences in the world where they're the type of people who are going to last, who are going to cause significant changes, and then there are some people who are just not likely. And he mentions that this person who just, you know, tends to not have very much impact no matter what happens, if that makes sense. Because I think if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, but it probably makes absolutely no sense to people who have not read up to that point. I'll be honest, okay, you do? Okay, good. Yeah, I think that's about as clear as I can make it. But yeah. But I thought it was cool that that character was actually directly referenced in an offhand line. Yeah. I also think this is an interesting callback to when Rudy distracted her at the start of, I think it was the previous episode, might have been even the first episode we watched today, where when he distracts her, she ends up just kind of drawing a line off to the side, and it kind of almost the same kind of thing that happened right here. And I also do like with the cutting out of the music, you can just tell that something is different with this one. It's not just another failure. This one just kind of hits a little harder. And again, they're just playing off of that tonal shift where it starts out really on a really high note, and then it's gonna, you know, she's able to barely hold it in until she completely breaks down shortly. And I mean, I don't think it's also, it's not that I think that this failure hit her particularly hard. I think it's just everything's been building up to this point, where everything's just gonna, it just the pressure built up and she finally popped. But yeah, the quiet is just so eerie.
帰ってもいいわ。
まあ、こういうこともあるさ。では、失礼します。
Yeah. And again, Rudy's also, he's just becoming better with people. He can tell something is wrong. Like, you can just see it in his face. I like that a lot.
七星はここ最近随分と張り詰めてた。この失敗はかなり響いているんじゃないだろうか。いや、七星はあれでいて結構強そうだ。
And I also really like this line as well, because that's like exactly the same thing people say about him, where, you know, he was at his absolute lowest. And even, you know, when Roxy was told by Kishirika that he was depressed, she's like, you know what? He's strong. He can handle it. When realistically, he did need somebody to help him, to comfort him. And he and Nanohoshi are very alike in that regard, where, and he's having this idea, you know, he views her as this strong person. He's like, she doesn't need any help, any comfort. But then when he hears her crying in a second, like, that's when he realizes, no, shit, no, this is not something I leave alone. Because like he not just sympathizes at that point, he empathizes. He knows exactly what she's going through, and he's like, I felt this pain. I know what didn't help me. I know I need to do something.
失敗を失敗と受け止めるだけの度量はあるだろう。
And also, I think it's definitely noteworthy that this outburst is the first. Yeah, and I agree, the voice acting is fucking amazing here. But this outburst is like the first real showcase of any emotion we've seen from her. Like, it's just the little drips here and there before, again, finally completely boiling over. And then she kind of, once this is kind of resolved, she kind of resets to a more even place where she's not completely emotionless like she was before, doesn't completely lose her shit like she does here. Yeah, and I will say, this scene, like, this made me feel stuff when I watched it. Like, holy shit. Yeah, and again, seeing, again, just that look on her face, like, you can tell that he immediately recognized it. Like, that is exactly what he was going through when Eris left him. Like, he's just dead inside. And I do really like how he just instinctively knows that the one thing he needs to do, like, he doesn't necessarily know what to do to fix it, but he also really knows that being left alone is exactly what is not the thing to do at this point, where even though he would push people away when he was at his lowest, he really needed people around him at that time, even if he wasn't accepting of it. And yeah, I agree, Thomas. Yeah, and of course, Julie. They can never miss an opportunity to show her being adorable. Yeah, and I think Julie being here is actually a very good way of showcasing this set of emotions here, where, you know, that her childlike innocence, you know, she doesn't filter her words at all. She just comes right out and be like, yeah, you look like shit, basically. Like, because great way of showing that Rudy's empathy at this point, because again, he understands how she feels, and you know, it kind of viscerally hurts him because he recognizes that, and it's so obvious that, you know, Julie can see it on his face.
しばらくは七星を俺の家で世話しようと思う。こういう時に一人にするのは危険だ。
And again, that's one of the things that he knows, that he can't leave her alone because, you know, people left him alone when he was at his lowest. Even though he pushed people away, he now knows that, you know, that's not what that is the opposite of what he needed at the time. So he's essentially trying to give her the care that he needed at the time.
それがよろしいでしょうな。
ザラは家まで運ぶのを手伝ってくれるか。
喜んで。
And like, it's also telling that Rudy is hit so hard by this because they're not all that close at this point. Like, they do become friends after a while, but like at this point they're still they're like acquaintances.
グランドマスター、何ですか？
なんでもない。ジュリ、ザノバによくしてもらってるか？
はい、マスターにはご飯たくさん食べさせてくれます。
And and again, just that seeing her face light up when she talks about Zenoba, and of course the words she actually uses is just adorable, saying he gives her lots to eat, which that's actually really sad now that I think about it, because, you know, previously she was malnourished, so like the fact that she was given a lot to eat is just like so important to her, because like, oh, she was underfed before. But yeah.
そうか。マスターはご飯をたくさん食べさせてくれます。だな。
マスターはご飯をたくさん食べさせてくれます。
Yeah, this whole interaction is just so cute.
七星はちゃんとご飯を食べていたのだろうか。
I will say I do find it interesting how they didn't have they changed up the dynamic between Rudy and Julie a little bit, where in the books Julie started out afraid of him for a while until they eventually kind of get over it and they become, you know, they get an understanding between each other, even though she ends up being more close to Zenoba than to anyone else. Whereas they kind of avoided that, where, you know, there were little moments of her being afraid, but it was mostly done for comedic purposes. And, you know, they just, you know, he's like the loving uncle at this point.
好きなものを
Which, I mean, while the dynamic from the books was interesting, I also think this is so adorable that I am completely okay with it.
誰かと一緒に食べるだけで立派な精神安定剤になる。彼女はどうだったのだろうか。俺は彼女のことをほとんど知らない。同じ日本人で秘密を共有してるのに。
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely believe it. I'll be honest, at this point I have one nephew, and he is not currently old enough to start speaking yet, so I have not had that experience. And when my own sister was growing up, I was also really young, so again, didn't really have that quite. I mean, I'm like 5 years older than my sister, so we didn't have. I wasn't as good with the English language to be able to really have that dynamic with her. So yeah, I'll take your word for it.
まだ眠ってる。相当疲れていたみたいだね。一応注魔術をかけておいたけど。
ありがとう。護衛中にごめんな。
そうだ、着替えさせた時に。
Yeah, and again, just seeing the dagger, that's probably it makes me think of that moment in earlier in season 2 when Rudy almost stabs himself in the and Soldat stops him. Like, I imagine that's intentional. I imagine the connection is meant to be there, but like, whew.
作業用のかもしれないけど。
一応預かっておくよ。
大丈夫ですか。
But I mean, they're drawing so many connections between Nanohoshi and Rudy in this set of scenes that, like, I feel like it can't be anything but that parallel they're trying to draw here.
サイレント殿は。
さてな。何にせよ助かったよ、ザノバ。
ええ、師匠にはいつもお世話になっておりますからな。師匠の方こそ大丈夫ですか。
なんだと。
Yeah.
今のサイレント殿のような顔
Yeah, I agree. Just season 3 is gonna be so fucking good, and the anime onlys have no idea just how much great stuff is in for them. Like one thing I like to say that it's not gonna hit for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, but like the series kind of like really begins, I think, after Turning Point 4, where that kind of almost everything up until that point is almost build up for that. Like everything happens around that time, and things only get much more interesting from there. Not to say that the beginning parts aren't great storytelling, they absolutely are, but like so much shifts and it's going to happen in season 3. So many great moments happen that are going to be covered in season 3. I cannot fucking wait.
をしております
少しな昔の辛いことを思い出したんだ
聞いてもよろしいですか
俺もああやって無気力になって閉じこもったことがあっただけさ
Yeah. And that's one of those things where if it wasn't already obvious, like the fact that Rudy's like sees himself in her, like they just made it explicit for anybody who didn't pick up on it.
でも俺は分かる。少し境遇が違えばああなっていたのは俺だったかもしれない。
とにかくまた助けが必要であれば世におっしゃってください。力だけは有り余っておりますので。
頼むよ腹減ってないかなんか食いたいもんがあればシルフィーに頼んでおくけど
Yeah, I agree.
そういえばポテトチップス食べるかうまそうに食ってただろう風呂も沸かすぞ心の選択っていうし
Yeah. And I also do like this because Rudy's like kind of seeing how the other side is compared to how, you know, when he was like that, what other people must have been going through trying to get through to him, where like he is as lost as the people around him were, but also he knows that like he just has to keep trying to see something until something breaks through. I do really like these moments. They're good just watching them, but like they get so much more when you think about them.
なんかあったら呼んでくれ
全部塞いだと思ったのよ魔法陣は基盤みたいなものいくつものパターン回路を組み合わせることで一つの機能を作り出すけれどどうしてもあの一点回路がつながらなかった、
Yeah.
物理的に無理なのよつまり私は家に帰れないってこと
Yeah, and Nanohoshi, like the one difference between her and Rudy in their darkest moments is that Nanohoshi is at least able to express what's hurting her in this moment, whereas Rudy was never really able to do that. But I think Rudy also like picks up on the fact that she was partially reaching back out to him, where he could like kind of see something he could latch onto. So, you know, it's just a neat way of showing that he's trying, even though he has no idea what the fuck he's doing. And Nanohoshi is at least somewhat receptive to it. I agree that it is a neat way of doing things. I agree.
これを見てほしい
魔法陣か師匠これはどういう種類の
サイレントが研究している召喚魔法陣の図面だちょっと行き詰まったからみんなの知恵を借りたい
しかし師匠我々は召喚魔術は専門外ですが
And I will say, much like like Rudy has to learn, he's essentially showing Nanohoshi that a lot of times her greatest strength can be her allies. Just like Rudy is stronger with the people around him, he's now saying, you know what? She's had this roadblock. I'm gonna gather people to fix it.
まあ解決できなくてもいいさ 逆に分野が違えば出てくるアイデアも違うだろうし、とりあえずこの部分を見てくれ。ここで魔力が途切れるらしいんだがわかるかな。
ああ、ここで切れてるのか。これに繋がるのはそこか。
Although it's kind of funny, is like, see, this magic seems to cut off here, as he points to the big gaping burn mark.
ここに魔力を流すのに何かアイデアはありませんか？
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think that would be... I think it would fit as its own episode. I don't necessarily hate what it does, like what it actually ends up doing, but like, you know, I think it's... There are a number of things. People always talk about Mushoku Tensei being, oh, this slow burn, this slow-paced show, when if you read the books, you know it moves at a fucking lightning pace compared to the books. So there's a lot of stuff I kind of wish they lingered on. And this is definitely one thing that could have been lingered on to great effect.
あっちとこっちがこうなってるから、これは難題だな。一から書き直せば、いやでも無理だな。
多重構造にすればいけるのではないですか？
多重構造？何の話だ？
Yeah, and again, the doll just sets up this even more. Yeah, again, that was just very effective setup. I mean, the doll was kind of a bit of a Chekhov's gun, but like, I think it was very well utilized.
とはいえ、世の研究を始めたばかりでまともに魔法陣など描いたことはないのだが。
待て、人形ってそこにあるこの間のやつか？ちょっと見せてくれ。
Yeah, you have a good point, where I've always liked the magic in Mushoku Tensei. I love how scientific it gets. I mean, I'm a big fan of hard magic systems in general, so this has always kind of excited me, but yeah, it's one of those things where it is glazed over, but I also think it's one of those things that would be hard to show in visually, just because I think it's so much easier to kind of bullshit with what the magic circles do in text, since you can just kind of say it does this thing or that thing without actually having to show it. And I love Zenoba's voice acting there. Ooh.
全然理論がわからん。二つの魔法陣を重ねているのか？いや違う、もっと多重なんだ。全部揃ってないとうまく動かない。でも折れているのに動いていたし、なんだこの魔法陣は。
世もまだ詳しくはわからんのだが、本によると肘の動きを制御するための魔法陣であるらしい。
Yeah, definitely. Just it's one of those things. Like, when I was reading the books, I didn't have any specific appearances in mind when they were talking about the magic circles. So, yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but yeah, I didn't have any real pictures of the magic circles in my head when I was reading. I got the ideas they were trying to convey, but like I have no idea how I would actually represent that visually. And yeah, the fact that they did it as well as they did for Nanohoshi's circle is impressive.
はいはい、天才のあなたにもすぐ理解できますよ。
分かっている。
クリフ先輩、この人形に使われている技術を使えばサイレントの魔法陣の問題は解決すると思いますか？
わからない。けど可能性はあると思う。
皆さん、例のものを。
And I also do like how the thing that ends up snapping Nanohoshi out of her daze is, you know, getting a sense of hope and purpose again, where that's kind of what Rudy needed. I mean, it was not quite the same with Rudy. He had a sense of purpose is what allowed him to kind of come out of the darkest depths to actually start doing something. And then it was, you know, the love and hope of Sylphie that, you know, brought him back to 100%. Yeah. Like, as soon as, like, because again, Nanohoshi's problem here is that she saw no path forward, and now she sees that path, and it gets her, you know, it jump starts her, and I like that. And again, the more I think about it, the more I do really like those gray eyes. I think that really enhances a lot of the emotions they're trying to showcase with her. I can't even explain why, because just visual design is not something I'm very knowledgeable about. But like, I feel like they're important. And I will say I do like the eyes in Mushoku Tensei in general. I love the various colors that there are. Like, it's always something I like.
できるかも。そうか、そうか、そうか。何も平面にこだわる必要なかった。そうね、そうよ。紙に描いたって厚みは出るのよ。
Yeah, and you can just again, I will say the voice actors in general, the voice cast in this series is very, very good. I think they pretty much picked the perfect voice actors for every single character. Sometimes they go above and beyond, and this is one of those moments. Yeah.
すればどれだけでも大きな魔法陣を描けるんだ。どうしてそんな簡単なことを思いつかなかったのかしら。ああ、違う。こうじゃない。
おい、こうじゃないのか。
And this is again such an unsubtle reinforcement of that other theme where, yeah, again, one thing Rudy needs to learn is that he's stronger with friends. He needs to rely on people, and they're kind of brute forcing that lesson into Nanohoshi as well, where she stumbles and then immediately says somebody can help her to correct her weaknesses, essentially.
あ、そっか。あなた賢いわね。
当然だ。僕は天才だからな。
じゃあこれはどうすればいい？
ちょっと待って。ここはこの式が使えるな。
じゃあここ。
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, power of friendship done right. That's one thing is the more I think about writing just conceptually, the more I end up realizing that a lot of the things we view as kind of silly or bad or cliche, they're not actually that bad on their own. It's just that they're oftentimes done in a lazy way. Like the power of friendship just kind of ends up being kind of the I win button in a lot of media. But it is actually a really powerful concept in writing. And I think Mushoku Tensei is one of those things that does it very well. Yeah, poor execution. Even beyond just concepts like that, one thing is whenever I hear about like a TV show or a movie where people say that the ending is really bad, like with Game of Thrones being probably one of the most well-known examples. In my opinion, I don't think the endings are necessarily bad. It's just how they got there. Because, I mean, with Game of Thrones specifically, it's just that it kind of fell apart once they no longer had any source material to work off of. And they just had no idea what they were doing with the story in general. And I mean, I do think the ending is what George R.R. Martin had come up with. I think that was his ending. They just had no fucking idea how to get there. And that's why the last couple seasons were a total clusterfuck. And by the time they got to the ending, it was just bad. And people kind of assume that the ending itself was bad. And there are a number of other instances, like, you know, Dexter or How I Met Your Mother, that people oftentimes just criticize the endings. And again, I always think it's just the endings themselves are fine. It's just they don't get there the right way. And I think this ties into my existing belief that when it comes to writing, I have yet to find a single consistent rule of writing. There is no rule I can think of that is universal. Every single writing rule can be broken under the right circumstances. So I think a lot of writing is just, you can do anything if you're able to do it well. So it's just not super important for, you know, this Mushoku Tensei right now, but like it is just it's my views on writing have kind of evolved over time. So I don't know, it is interesting to think about these things on a more abstract level. Yeah, I will say I didn't watch much of the new Star Wars. I saw the first of the new trilogy. What was it? I don't even remember what it was called, but I remember watching that. I was like, oh, that was okay, I guess. It just kind of felt like they were trying to rehash A New Hope, and I was just kind of like, you know what? I don't really have any interest in continuing to follow this. Although I did also watch Rogue One specifically for that one Darth Vader scene. But yeah, I've heard that was also kind of a clusterfuck, and I'm kind of glad I didn't end up watching it. I also find it very interesting. Like, I like the scene how they're showing that they're all kind of coming together, putting all of their efforts into working on these magical circles. But also Julie's just kind of there. Because realistically, she can't really help very much. But she's just there. It's cute.
では起動します。
Yeah. And I will say these circles are very pretty to look at. I like the aesthetics of these a lot. Yeah, I also agree with that. The two of them bickering and fighting. It's funny. And I will say, I remember the scene from the book, and I really liked it then, but I liked how just visually you can immediately tell that it was a success because of the inherent modernity of a plastic bottle compared to the medieval stuff in the world. Very great way of just immediately showcasing that it fucking worked. Great moment. And I also agree, yeah, both of them are very headstrong. So them butting heads is not unexpected. Yeah. And I do also like, I like how most of the people in that room are just fascinated by this thing they're unfamiliar with. But then Rudy and Nanohoshi are the two who, without saying a word, know that the experiment was a complete success. And it's great, like, just wordless storytelling. I like it a lot.
違うな。もっと柔らかい。たかがペットボトル。よし。されどペットボトルだ。
成功ですね。
これでようやく次の段階に進めるわ。積層構造の魔法陣、これを突き詰めていけば、おそらくどんなものだって召喚できるはず。
And I also do like this, just a little bit more about the magic system in general, where, Nanohoshi's getting really excited. She's like, the possibilities are opening and more and more and more. It's a very nice character moment showing her getting excited about this. But also, one thing that they, strongly hint at is that magic in this world is so absurdly powerful that if you do it right, you can do pretty much actually like literally anything. There's not much that is out of the question as far as magic is concerned. Like, I know it's at one point, like, it's stated that magic is foundational and it can affect reality itself. So, like, Nanohoshi's not exactly wrong when she says not only can she summon anything she wants, she can probably do anything she wants with the right amount of knowledge and preparation. Although, I actually do wonder what the limitations are, because it's shown that magic can even reach into the real world where there is no magic. So, I wonder what the limitations even are. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Thomas. They do also skip a lot of stuff that I feel is important, but yeah, I would say overall it's a very competent show.
世話をかけたわね。ギブアンドテイクでしょ。今度僕が困った時に助けてくださいよ。
もちろん。
And that's also a nice little nod to how Rudy used to think, where he used to view just relationships as transactional. So he's framing it in those terms back to Nanohoshi, because she's kind of almost like Rudy, but at an earlier stage in his development. Again, I do really like these connections they're drawing between the two of them.
今日はパーッと祝いましょう。もちろんあなたがおごりで。しょうがないわね。でもそれであなたたちへの貸し借りはなしよ。
And that visual right there, I mean, I paused it a little too late, but all the smaller glasses around Badagai's big one, I like that a lot. It's just it's flashy, it's stylish. I like it. And yeah, and like I was saying earlier, a big thing is, you know, being able to rely on your allies, being part of the group. Not she's finally starting to accept that, you know, she's not necessarily alone in everything, you know. Human connection. Well, human, beast folk, demon, and elf connection, I guess.
この手の集まりは好きじゃないので、前世では一度もしたことがなかった。でも辛いことがあった時、周りの奴らに助けられたら、きっと嬉しくて喜びを分かち合うため。
I love this frame right here. Everything about it, like, you have no idea what exactly is going on here, but you almost kind of don't need to know. Like, this feels like the kind of illustration that would have been in the light novel. Like, it's got that vibe.
騒ぎたくなるんだろう。たまには全てを忘れないと到底生きてはいけないのだ。人生は辛いことばかりだからな。
All right, and yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, the song is good, but I don't want to test it with the copyrights things because of the issues we had earlier in the stream. But like I said earlier, I did watch the post-credit scene. I just, I stopped the recording before I realized it was a thing that existed. But yeah, so it's cool. Nord and Aisha came back, so I'm thinking next week is going to be the Nord and Aisha moments. So I'm very excited for that. We saw Ruijerd, so that's always exciting to see him again. So yeah, I'm very excited for next week. And another thing is, I hate to do this again, but I am like, my brain is all over the place right now. I am finding it very difficult to focus on anything. So I don't think a video essay would be a good idea right now, because I just don't think I'd be able to do it in a way that's like ethical. Because again, I do think, the fact that I pause a lot and go into so many diatribes and go as long as I can, when talking about these things, it's not just because I think it makes entertaining content and that's because I like to do it. It's also the fact that I think that it's just what I should be doing, just morally. Like, I think if I'm going to be using somebody else's hard work as my own content, I have to put effort into making it my own. So that's one of the main reasons I go so long on these streams. And I think with Mushoku Tensei, I understand it well enough, and I prep ahead of time so I can do that in an effective way. I don't feel like with my current mindset, I'm capable of doing that with something that I don't have any prep in right now. So that's why I don't want to do a video essay right now, because I just don't think I can do it the right way. And I mean, I'm glad that you appreciate it. A big part of this, I'm a content creator myself. I know that streaming is what I've been doing a lot of lately. But, I make reviews, analyses, video essays on my channel. That's what I do. I know what goes into the creative side of things. And I know that if someone is going to be engaging with my stuff, I would want them to respect that. So I try to give other creators the same kind of respect that I would want myself. So that's like a big reason for why I do things the way that I do them. So that again, and in my I think my brain is at the point where something that I've not prepped, I don't think I have the capacity to really do what I think is right. So I'm not gonna do any video essays today. But that being said, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, a lot of you weren't there at the time. That's okay. I'm gonna be doing my own version of that Anime Men video that was released a few weeks ago that was not well received. I'm gonna do my own version of that. Part of that's gonna involve watching like 50 different animes. I'm gonna watch like 3 episodes of each. Doing that all on stream. I am very excited to do that. I'm gonna do that all on stream, and I'm gonna be streaming pretty much daily once that happens. And those are gonna start when the artist I've commissioned delivers the PNG tuber model for good. And so that is going to be so yeah, I don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but that's kind of when things are going to get going. The only things I have left to prep for those streams are things that I need the model for. So yeah, so that might happen this week. The due date for the artist is this Saturday, but she's been working pretty fast, so I wouldn't be surprised if I get it a little early. So maybe expect more streams this week. Again, once that happens, I'm going to try to stream just about every day, where Sunday streams will be normal, as they were until we're done with Mushoku Tensei. I'm going to be Saturday at noon, and weekdays at 7 p.m., all Eastern time. And the weekday ones aren't going to be very long. They're going to be probably like 2-3 hours, just because I can't stream too late because neighbors, but that's going to be kind of how things go. So maybe expect that this week. If not, probably next Monday will be when that starts, because if she delivers exactly on time, it's going to be like Saturday night is when I'm going to get it. So next week you might be probably one way or another. Next week you should be seeing my new model, where even if the other streams don't start then, I will have the model ready for the stream next time, because I did play around with the program I'm going to be using to use that PNG tuber model. I think I understand it well enough that I can just kind of throw everything in. So, and yeah, if I also get what you're saying, Thomas. If you went through my Volume 1 video, I understand it's a pretty heavy-duty time investment. It's hell, just watching it, you kind of have to break it down, because trust me, I did not make that video in one sitting, not even close. Well, okay. That being said, thank you all for showing up. I do appreciate you all being here. Thank you for the lurkers. Thank you to the chatters. Thank you for anyone who stopped by even a little bit. I definitely really appreciate it. Like I said earlier, the daily streams are going to happen. Oh, okay. Okay, another bot, but whatever. Yeah, so the streams may happen this week. When I get my model, I will do a community post on YouTube, so you can see it for. So you'll have some advance notice. But so maybe expect that this week. If not, expect it next week. I am very excited. I think it'll be some good content. See you guys later.